witness testimony and its importance for
Thank you very much. The thing about using witness evidence in international criminal proceedings is that the process of providing the evidence is, as you know, highly selective and based on building the case for the prosecution or for the defense. In that context, and that leads over to the second part of your question, there is this tendency with some scholars and in some courts to say that the witness evidence in the courts can be used as a kind of means to produce historical record building, which I find for the same reason questionable, because the evidence is not the general evidence that is available, but it is being selected for particular procedural purposes. Now, as far as the educational side is concerned, I fully agree with you that that would be a highly desirable thing to introduce more of such evidence in general education. My only concern is, and that is something which has come up again and again in this discussion, is that genocide, although sometimes there may be, as you would say, sociological, economical overtones to it, very often is based on some sort of irrational othering of the other party. And if you look at, I mean, this also blends again into deterrence thinking. And if you look at the fate of deterrence theory in national criminal law, you see that it doesn't actually really work, and I think it works even less in international criminal law. The best example is the attack by Serbia on Kosovo after the tribunal for Yugoslavia was already installed.
Jeffrey, can I just add?
Yes.
So, Jeffrey, can I just add something?
Sure.
I applaud you for what you've done at the Shoah Foundation, Stephen. I just want to put in a plea here for something that has some testimony that has been neglected, and that is audio testimony. I think we've overlooked that as scholars. There are banks of testimony, audio testimonies from Armenians at Columbia University in New York City, and other places around the world as well. So I think genocide scholars need to listen as well as watch. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Professor Richard Hovhannissian. First of all, I'm ashamed that I didn't even realize that there were no Armenian scholars who were presenting in the major forum. And I totally agree that that is a mistake and wrong. And I'd like to add that you yourself are a great Armenian scholar, and you've been an inspiration to me for many, many years. Thank you, Richard.
Another question, yes. You, on the right. Yes.
Yes. I'm Christos Topalidis. I represent the International Confederation of Pontian Hellenes and the Pampontian Federation of Greece. I would like to ask, as a tool for preventing crimes against humanity in general and genocide, what's the opinion of the panel on the subject of the penalization of the denial as a tool of, as a case of enforcing, of applying pressure on the states or groups that commit genocide or crimes against humanity? In that way of thinking. Thank you.
Would anyone like to come in on genocide denial, Bill?
Should be you, Jeffrey. You argued the
It
case
should
at
be
the
me, all right.
European Court.
Having recently appeared with Mrs. Clooney, who's married to an actor named George, in the Pericic case, I think what we were arguing was quite subtle. It was that yes, we believe in freedom of speech. The Americans believe in it to the extent that they won't penalize utterances unless it amounts to shouting fire in a crowded theater. The Europeans, which have had, particularly states that have had the experience of either being overthrown by fascists or states that have been fascist states and have seen what the Holocaust meant have got quite strong genocide denial laws that put people in prison for expressing speech about the gas chambers. Britain doesn't share that view, nor does Ireland. So in order, our task was to find or to suggest to the European Court a sensible approach for European law, which would not perhaps be as free and easy as the American system, but would prevent harm, prevent the way speech can be used, we all know, to cause harm. The Turkification process, the dehumanization of the Armenians as tubercular microbes and so forth is one example. So we suggested to the court that the way of approaching characters like Perenchek, who simply goes around Europe denying the genocide and provoking in a way that isn't of any value in his speech, is to consider whether it is likely to cause public disorder or disquiet, and whether it's intended to do that. And we suggested to the court that the limit of free speech was the intention of the speaker. If it was intended to provoke racial hatred, it is at that point that states are entitled to punish it. And we were particularly concerned by the 80,000 or so Armenians who are in Turkey and who are in danger under Section 301 of the Turkish Criminal Code, which punishes insult to Turkishness, and it was that code under which Hrant Dink and other courageous Turkish Armenians have been prosecuted. So we wanted to find, or to suggest to the court, a cut-off point where people should be free in Turkey to announce and declare the genocide and to denounce the Ottoman Turks for doing it. We wanted to, in a sense, abolish Section 301 of the Turkish Code, while at the same time protecting Armenians and Jews and all other races from speech that is intended to whip up racial hatred against them. So that is, I guess, the answer that we came up with. Yes?
I am ethnically Armenian, and I asked my rights. When I was a kid, surrounding me there was only old ladies with black scarf and very depressed. I used to ask, where is my grandfather? Where is my uncle? They said, son, they took it away. They took it away. This is the first picture. The second picture, the sister of my grandfather, she had 7 kids. The Turks, they came in the yard, they killed all the 7 in front of the mother, and then they teared the mother's clothes and they said, start dancing in front of the corpse. Of course, the lady couldn't do, she fell down, and the soldier gave her with the tool, and she had a big scarf like this. The whole day, the whole night, we had these kind of stories, and they said thousands of people, thousands of families, they were scattered, they were killed in front of their parents, and the fathers were not there. They used to, I don't know what, they were taken. They don't know where is the grandfather. Now I am asking, and of my friends, of my relatives, we want our rights, we want our houses, we want our properties, we want our lands, and that's it.
That is the subject of another session later on, so I hope you can stay for it. I would hope that those who can trace the properties that were expropriated by the liquidation commissions can bring action in the European Court, as the Cypriots have done successfully over northern Cyprus. I would hope that the Catholicos should rather belatedly lay claim to all the mosques, all the churches that have been turned into mosques and expropriated, but that I think will be covered in another session. Yes, up the middle right.
Խոսափողին մոտենալու շարժառիթը հետևյալն է։ Մեր հարգելի գործընկերներից մեկը ելույթ ունեցող գործածեց մի արտահայտություն խոսելով հայկական ջարդերի մասին արևելյան Անատոլիա։ Հանրահայտ է, որ Անատոլիա բառը հունարեն է նշանակում է արևելք, իսկ արևելյան արևելք չի կարող լինել։ Եվ կուզեի իմանալ, ելույթ ունեցողը նկատի ունի Թուրքիայի ուղղակի արևելյան շրջանները, թե հենց ուղղակի արևմտյան Հայաստանը, որտեղ տեղի է ունեցել ցեղասպանությունը։ Եվ այդ իմաստով շատ հաճելի էր, որ մեր գործընկերներից շատերը խոսում էին 1948 թվականի դեկտեմբերի 9-ի կոնվենցիան նոր հասկացություններով հարստացնելու անհրաժեշտության մասին։ Ելնելով դրանից արդյոք չեք կարծում, որ միջազգային քրեական իրավունքը պետք է բարելավել նաև հայրենազրկում, պայմանականորեն ասենք, պատրիոտիտ հասկացողությամբ։ Շնորհակալություն։
Sorry, are you talking about the term politicide? Right.
Ոչ, no. Խոսքը արևելյան Անատոլիա արտահայտության մասին է, նկատի առնելով Օսմանյան կայսրության արևելյան նահանգները։
Eastern Anatolia, meaning in effect Western Turkey.
I think,
yes, Donald.
I think I might be the person who's been referred to here. Well, as I understand it, the etymology of Anatolia is, as you say, from Anatelian, the Greek, to rise, the sun, thus in the east. Yeah, but it refers, of course, to that whole land mass that occupies most of what we contemporarily call Turkey today. And even though it refers to things in the east, as seen, I guess, from Istanbul, or you can clearly have an eastern and a western part of something that's to the east. I mean, I think partly this, if you wanted me to use the expression historical Armenian provinces, that's also fine, but I don't think we should, this doesn't seem to me anything more than a semantic issue.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
I am Maria Hovanesyan. I want to thank you all for these nice presentations and for the work you have done in this very emotional and very often depressing field of studies called genocide studies. My question is to Professor Frank Chop. Your proposal of addressing genocide and bringing changes in the societies and in the policies of states at first glance seemed very good, theoretically. But in order to do something politically, you said we should think as states do. If the state has adopted the policy of denial of what was done 100 years ago, having in mind its reasons and objectives for doing so, what is our response to that? How can we think like the states do if they deny the crime against humanity? Don't you think that the mission of genocide scholars is to change the thinking of the people and politicians and to force those who are decision makers to change their language in addressing this issue? Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's what we used to call the $64 question, and it's a very good one. And I won't pretend that I have the definitive answer to Turkish denial of the Armenian genocide in thinking like a state. But I think there are some directions. I'll be very brief in giving you the answer now. We can talk later as well. I think, first of all, that the actions of the Bundestag and the Austrian legislative branch as well over the next week or so will be very instructive to some people in the Turkish government as they seek to expand Turkey's trade and investment, etc. And I think that trade and investment are very important buttons to push, obviously, as are boycotts, etc. And beyond that, I think that it's critical to address the strategic issue that has hung over all relations with Turkey, because, I mean, it's going back very far, even in 1945. And there are solutions to that, all right? And they have to do with Turkey's neighbors and using other neighbors as platforms so that Turkey is not the sole provider of these strategic assets. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Slovan Georgian. I'm a practicing lawyer and an associate professor here at Yerevan State University. First of all, very quickly, thanks to all of the panelists for the fascinating speeches, and also specifically, if I may, extend my gratitude to Geoffrey Robertson for representing the interests of Armenians before the European Court so vividly. I'll have a short comment which is going to be pretty much in line with the SERP which was standing in line before me, and if some of the lawyers on the panel find it appropriate to comment, I'll be very happy. I believe what we have today is not just yet another conference of genocide scholars. And we're not just commemorating the centennial of the Armenian genocide, we're also marking 100 years of deprivation, 100 years of lack of reparation, 100 years without homeland. And I believe what we Armenians as a community, not only within Armenia, but also within the Armenian diaspora, are interested today is not the qualification issue, but the reparation issue. The qualification issue, at least for the scholars of international law, I believe is pretty much closed, whether through opinions of experts such as Benjamin Ferencz, Antonio Cassese, or experts such as here today, Geoffrey Robertson and William Chabas, that issue is closed. The 1915 events were genocide under the current day terminology. So I believe we today as Armenians are looking towards not the qualification, but the issue of reparation. And if you find it appropriate to share your views on possible action that can be undertaken within international tribunals, we'll be very happy to listen. Thank you.
As I said to the earlier question, I think this is partly being covered in another session, but certainly my views are clear in my book. I do believe that legal action can be taken, although the Genocide Convention itself is not retrospective. The expropriation of property was something that is clear, is evidenced. The expropriation of churches is something that is clear and that was evidenced. Action in the European Court might fall, lawyers might be afraid to bring it because of Section 301. In that case, you can jump directly to the court in Strasbourg. There have been attempts, quite innovative attempts by lawyers in California over the insurance policies, and they've had some success until the US government claimed that the whole issue couldn't be dealt with by the courts because it was a matter of foreign policy. But I do think that creative lawyers can explore a number of ways in which property can be returned or compensation can be given. Bill, I don't know whether you have.
Thank you. Well, it's not as if creative lawyers haven't been thinking about this for a long time, and I think you'd be more surprised than anybody in the room if we came up with a brilliant new idea on this panel saying, here's the technique no one's ever thought of. It is hard, it's very frustrating to deal with the crimes of the past in various contexts, including the reparations, but reparations is just one piece of it. And the Armenians are not alone in this respect. The most successful were the victims of the Holocaust, and that was not by going to court so much as by getting a recognition by the perpetrators that reparations were due. And that was a political development rather than one that resulted from a judgment of a court. So I'm inclined to think that, I mean, we have to keep trying. That's what Jeffrey and I and others in the room do for a living, and we'll keep trying to do it. But I wouldn't want to make a pledge to people in this room that this is the way forward in terms of making huge progress, going to court in this respect. I'm anxious to see a productive result, but I'm skeptical, and I think that other avenues at the political level are likely to be more fruitful.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to I've been given my orders. Apparently the food will otherwise get cold. So I'll take one last question there.
My name is Harvard Sassonian. I'm from Los Angeles. I don't have a question. I have a quick comment about President Obama. We learned today that President Obama will not use the term Armenian genocide in his April 24 statement. This does not mean, however, that the United States does not recognize the Armenian genocide, and contrary to Turkish statements and claims. The American government has not only recognized the Armenian genocide, but it has done so repeatedly. The first time, the executive branch did so officially in 1951 in the famous World Court report. The second time was by President Ronald Reagan in 1981 in an executive proclamation. The third and fourth time was by the House of Representatives in 1975 and 1984. And the US Judiciary, the third branch of the American government, has issued 3 federal court rulings in this regard. Furthermore, 43 US states out of 50 have recognized Armenian genocides. Therefore, in many respects, the United States has a more extensive record of acknowledging the Armenian genocide than many other countries that have only adopted parliamentary resolutions on this issue. The United States should be listed among the 24 countries that have recognized the Armenian genocide. Finally, the only reason why President Obama should say Armenian genocide is to keep his own promise to the American people and rescue his own reputation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harut. I would only say to Professor Hovhannissian, whose own work has done so much to clarify the history of the genocide, that I don't know why the decision was made that we should all be non-Armenians. We're here from England and Australia and Canada and Germany and Israel, and I guess they thought that at a global forum we couldn't be accused of having any kind of interpersonal interest in what our own views from as lawyers and historians are, that namely that there is beyond reasonable doubt here not only a crime against humanity, but the worst of all crimes against humanity, namely genocide. There are many international scholars who've been invited here. Some of them are on panels, some of them are not. And we hope they'll meet with Armenian scholars in the course of the next 2 days. And on behalf of those of us who are your guests and who have valued this opportunity to join you and are grateful and humble indeed at that opportunity, let me just end this session by reading the words of an Armenian writer, William Soroyan, because I think it sums up what a lot of us feel. I should like to see any power of the world destroy this race, this small tribe of unimportant people, whose wars have all been fought and lost, whose structures have all crumbled, literature is unread, music is unheard, and prayers are no more answered. Go ahead, destroy Armenia. See if you can do it. Send them into the desert without food or water. Burn their homes and churches. Then see if they will not laugh, sing, and pray again. For when 2 of them meet anywhere in the world, see if they will not create a new Armenia. Thank you all. Yep.
Տիկնայք եւ պարոնայք, նիստը կսկսվի մի քանի րոպեից։ Խնդրում ենք տեղափոխվել կոնֆերանսի դահլիճ։ Շնորհակալություն։ Ladies and gentlemen, the session will start shortly. We kindly request you to proceed to the conference hall. Thank you. Дамы и господа, сессия начнется через несколько минут. Просим вас пройти в зал для конференции. Спасибо. Տիկնայք եւ պարոնայք, խնդրում ենք զբաղեցնել ձեր տեղերը։ Շնորհակալություն։ Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly request you to take your seats. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I want that one. Oh, wait. Now we're good. Okay, I can even lower it a little. How is it now? Not so great. How is it now? How is it now? Is that better? Okay. If it gets too loud, maybe it will. Let me lower it again. How is it now? Okay, good. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to panel number 2. Our subject, our theme, is the issue of accountability and the elimination of the consequences of genocide. It's a very small agenda, right? Not much. I feel like some of the members of the first panel who began their talks by saying, "I am not a lawyer," to make it clear. And as you know, I am not a lawyer either, although I've done some research in legal history and made almost every mistake you could make while I did it. There is a very clear carryover from the morning panel to our afternoon panel. The bridge between the two panels is the issue that some people, some lawyers in North America, call restitution, or the way as it's described in the program, restoration. My legal friends will correct me if there is a very important technical difference between restoration and restitution. I can see the possibilities even as I say it. But I want to begin by answering a question that we did not have time for, and I'll do it very briefly. And that is the issue of how we strategically engage with governments that deny, etc. I gave my short answer, and I'm only going to give you a short appendix or addition to it. In November 2013, I organized a conference in Montreal called Plundered Cultures, Stolen Heritage. And actually, Donnelly Fries presented in that conference, and we tried as much as possible to maintain a focus on the theft of the property of the despoiled Armenian people at the time of the massacres in the 19th century and then the genocide in 1915. And we also looked at what had happened to Aboriginal and Native Canadians and American Aboriginal peoples and First Nations. And we looked at the Jewish victims of the Holocaust and their survivors. And some of you may know the work of the German artist Egon Schiele, whose paintings zoomed in value in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s until they achieved top prices in auctions and in art sales. One of his most interesting paintings, a painting of one of his lovers, was stolen from a Vienna Jewish family, the Bondi family. And in order to hide the painting from any survivors of the family from which it was stolen, the dealer in Austria who possessed the painting at the end of World War II traded it for other paintings from the Leopold Museum in Vienna. The Leopold Museum took Egon Schiele's painting, put the wrong name on it, and also changed the name of the artist in its inventory when they accessed it into the collection. So it was hidden in the warehouses of the Leopold Museum in Vienna until one day when people sort of forgot about what they call the provenance of this Egon Schiele painting. And the Leopold Museum was invited to send an exhibit of the art of Egon Schiele to the Museum of Modern Art in New York. And they found this beautiful painting, and they labeled it correctly now, Schiele, with the correct title of the painting. And it was included in the exhibition, the traveling visiting exhibit sent to MoMA, the Museum of Modern Art in New York. And soon after the exhibit opened, a cousin of the Bondi family, a cousin by marriage, spotted the painting, and he knew the story in the family about how it had been stolen from them by the Nazis and how it had disappeared. And he immediately phoned London, where there was a survivor of the Bondi family, several survivors, and said, "Your painting is here at the Museum of Modern Art. Do something." And so the district attorney of Manhattan, the Southern District of Manhattan, a post which has a great history connected to the Morgenthau family, actually, the American ambassador to Turkey during the Armenian Genocide, seized the painting from the Museum of Modern Art and refused to return it. However, the chairperson of the board of directors of the Museum of Modern Art fought back, even though he himself was a Jewish American who had purchased a fantastic painting by Klimt, which had been stolen from another Jewish family in Vienna. And that family had finally recovered its painting, and he bought it for millions of dollars and installed it in the Neue Museum opposite the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. His name is Ronald Lauder. He was the chairman of the board at MoMA. Despite his history, where he sat was how he acted. And he felt, as the steward of the Museum of Modern Art, he had no choice but to intervene, to ensure that the painting was returned to the Austrians. And he said, quote, "If we don't return it, the Museum of Modern Art will never again receive a traveling exhibit from any museum in Europe." And so it went to court, and the court ruled that the painting should be returned to the Museum of Modern Art. Ronald Lauder had very fine lawyers. And just at that moment, the United States Customs Office, a federal agency, not a New York City agency, seized the painting. And it returned the painting to the Bondi family. The Bondi family, I think, sold it for over $2.5, maybe more, millions of dollars, and the money is to eventually be divided among the family members. This experience of the restitution of paintings to the families that were despoiled by the Nazis may offer one channel to those of you who are thinking with us seriously about how to obtain the return of property. It's very difficult if the property is real estate in Turkey. But what about other property? What about manuscripts, including Armenian manuscripts? What about other forms of art? What about movable property that is moved from one country to another, from Turkey to other countries? The district attorney of Manhattan, when he was interviewed by American radio and television, said, "Look, the principle is very simple. A stolen car is a stolen car, no matter who owns it, no matter how they got it." And I would say that when you come to the time, and some already have, I know, but when others come to the time when they want to assert their rights to property, that not only would it be wise to see if that property is being sold outside the country, and it could even be sold outside the country even though it's inside the country, but in addition, to let the world know which property you're talking about, to advertise it so that the market for that property is frozen by your notice in newspapers and on the internet that this is stolen property, it belongs to this family, and anybody who tells you you can buy it inside or outside Turkey, you should ask them to demonstrate the provenance of their ownership of it. And that may offer some negotiating purchase or traction, as they say. Now, that ends my little introduction, because I want to tell you that my first priority is to ensure that you have time. And in order to do that, I've sketched out some very simple rules that I'm going to try to follow, which, if you can help me, so I can do it. I've asked each of the presenters to make sure that he or she, I guess in this case, yeah, he or she is right. Thanks, Esther. Limits talks to no more than 15 minutes. Previous panel, our rule was 10 minutes. In this panel, it's 15 minutes. But we'll still wind up with more time because once that's done, the floor will be open to you, the audience, members of the audience, and I will accept questions from you for the members of the panel, and you can speak for, you can either ask your question or you can speak for up to 3 minutes. If you have a question, many of you will have, I hope, questions, please ask it to only one member of the panel initially. In other words, you have some work to do. When you want to ask a question or make a statement addressed to somebody, figure out who is the best person on the panel to address it to, because otherwise, from my own experience in forums I've chaired, etc., if you ask a very beautiful open-ended question and you say it's for anybody on the panel, you'll never get another, nobody will ever get another turn. That's what we do. You know, we're paid to speak, just as I am now. So we're going to have questions addressed to a single member of the panel, but if somebody else really wants to say something, I'm not going to get in the way, okay? And finally, I should say that towards the end of the panel, after the question, after the last speaker has spoken from upstage here, and the last questions have been asked and answered, I hope, a very distinguished American by the name of Donald Wilson Bush, who's with us in the audience, is going to come up and say a few words to you about the work he is doing now to carry on the tradition of one of his most famous ancestors, he has a number, President Woodrow Wilson, and to bring Wilson's legacy, particularly in respect to the Armenian people, into the present. So, the order in which presentations will be made is the order in my program. I hope it's yours. Roger Smith, Henry Theriault, Patrick Dumberry, Senghez Akhtar, Esther Mujaweo, Yair Oran, and Haik Demoyan. Haik Demoyan is not here yet, but he will be arriving. His plane was delayed in Moscow. Yeah? I'm so sorry. I'm looking at the wrong, I have it here. Yeah, okay. This is what happens when you're running on chocolate and caffeine after 45 minutes of sleep the night before. Ragib Zarakola, thank you, will be the final speaker. I should also point out that Esther's family name is slightly misspelled in the program, and it's Mujaweo, not Mujavayo. And you can correct it if you want to address her, it's Mujawayo. So, to get us started, we couldn't do any better than beginning with my friend and long-term colleague, Roger Smith. Many of you will have read about him already in the program. Roger is the author of many books and articles on genocide. He's a political scientist. He spent and still spends a good deal of his time at the College of William and Mary. He's been appropriately honored many times by Armenia and Armenians, and he was one of the inspirations for the Zorion program in Toronto and took it through its very important developmental stages. Roger, you're first.
It's a great privilege to be here with you on this historic occasion. I've been to Armenia now 4 times, and it's always a pleasure to be here. My talk is going to be a century of genocide, a century of denial, Turkey and the Armenian genocide. The term genocide refers to the destruction of a group in whole or in substantial part, an ethnic, religious, racial, or national one. It is the greatest crime that can be committed against the body of a particular people, but also against humanity. It destroys life, culture, and biological possibilities, and reduces the very idea of humanity. It is also a crime against humankind in that when any group declares it has the right to kill other groups, it is a threat to us all. Who knows who will be next? Denial of well-documented genocides is deeply offensive to survivors, their descendants, and all those who care about fellow human beings without regard to ethnic, racial, or religious identity. There are also consequences of denial. Would-be perpetrators will be encouraged to commit atrocities if it suits them. With denial comes silence, and if individuals, groups, and states do not remember and resist denial, their inaction sends signals that genocide can be committed with impunity. Those who control the past control the future. Thus, it is not surprising that genocide and denial are twins, and that denial is a common strategy of those who destroy whole groups. But what is striking, actually unique, about denial of the Armenian genocide is that it has now gone on for a whole century, from 1915 to 2015, and shows no signs of abating. That it has been practiced by all of the Turkish regimes since 1915, that it is state-sponsored and enacted, unlike the Holocaust, and that Turkey has spent millions of dollars in the United States and other Western countries to hire lobbyists and public relation firms to assist in defeating official recognition of the genocide. Turkey has also been able to entice various governments, such as the United States, Britain, and Israel, to aid and abet the denial out of expediency rather than lack of knowledge. In other words, it's not that they don't know the facts, but they put some kind of interest, perceived interest, ahead of that knowledge. Denial consists of several arguments. The facts. It never happened. The question of responsibility. We didn't do it. The so-called victims were actually the perpetrators. The term genocide does not apply to the events. Rather, it was civil war, revolution, wartime conditions. And the significance of the events can also be denied. For example, conflict is age-old, and there have been far more deadly events throughout history. There could also be a moral equivalency argument. Both sides engaged in genocide. But Turkey has not pursued this stance. It wants to blame Armenians for provoking violence and exonerate itself. What it has done, however, is to convert the equivalency argument into equal pain. Both Turks and Armenians, it said, shared the pain inflicted by the great catastrophe of World War I. Each group should sympathize with the loss of the other. The unstated premise is, don't ask about the source of the pain and the difference between genocide and the hardships of a war that the country had entered voluntarily. Denial also involves tactics. The arguments have not changed much over a century, but the tactics have been flexible and ever-changing with circumstances and opportunities. They have ranged from diplomatic pressure, intense lobbying of governments and the public, recruitment of academics to deny the genocide, attempts to disrupt academic conferences with threats of potential violence, especially the Jews in Turkey during the 1982 conference in Tel Aviv on genocide, And that was a conference that Israel Charney planned, and fortunately, those threats were able to be resisted. And also threats to the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum if there were to be any mention of the Armenian genocide within its programs, or even any inscriptions within its building. There have also been lawsuits in the U.S. alleging that the freedom of access to knowledge was being violated when professors did not include denialist literature on their reading list or on the internet. All of these cases were dismissed, but it is odd that the cases are based on freedom of speech in America, when in Turkey it's a criminal offense under Article 301 of the Criminal Code to publicly acknowledge the reality of the Armenian genocide. The crime is insulting the Turkish nation, but we know what that means. We all come to an awareness of genocide, the crime of crimes, in different ways. And while it is difficult to get such a crime into focus and to think about its implications, the Czech writer Milan Kundera got it right when he said that the struggle of man the struggle of man against power is a struggle of memory against forgetting. By memory, Kundera does not mean remembrance alone, but remembrance is accompanied by understanding, and understanding that leads to commitment and action. Genocide is an abstract thing to most of us. Scholars sometimes reduce it to a set of definitions and statistics that eliminate the human elements, the pain, the loss of community, the long-term consequences. But for survivors and their descendants, genocide has concrete meaning, and the pain is encountered in daily living, even many years after the decimation of their people took place. The study of genocide is about what happened, why it happened, who is responsible, and how it can be prevented in the future. But it is also, or should be, about human beings, about communities, about long-term consequences. And it should also be about building bridges between victim groups in order that they might work together in an attempt to end, to use the language of the UN Convention, the odious scourge of genocide. And in the end, it is a question, a very ancient one, of who is my neighbor. For many years, I thought of my neighbor as anyone who was in need, who was persecuted, who needed help. It was not a matter of my tribe or theirs, my religion or theirs. But it was only in 1985, when I attended a conference in Boston on the Armenian genocide and its lessons, that I met Armenian survivors, their children and their grandchildren, all of whom shared their stories with me, bearing witness to a proud and tragic history. And it was there, that first evening of the conference, that I sat at a banquet table with a group of Armenians who began to sing in Armenian, a language I never heard before, songs of home and long ago, songs sad yet sweet, coming from the heart and accompanied with tears. Little did I know that a few years later, on April 24th, I would stand before the Martyrs' Memorial in Yerevan, Armenia, and that I too would weep. But in the end, tears of sadness and anger are not enough. They must also become tears of resolution and action. And because of that commitment, much progress in expanding recognition of the genocide has taken place, and denial exposed for the hurtful sham that it is. But as long as there's denial of the historical reality of the Armenian genocide, resolution and action will be not only in order, but necessary.
Our next speaker is Henry Theriault. Henry is a professor and chair of the philosophy department of Worcester State University in the United States. He's published and lectured widely. He's currently the co-editor of the peer-reviewed journal Genocide Studies International, which many of you read, I'm sure, and also edits Genocide, a Critical Bibliographic Review. Finally, Henry, and this is most relevant to the talk he will give us, is the chair of the Armenian Genocide Reparation Study Group. I give you Henry Theriault.
The year 2015 has predictably occasioned great interest in the Ottoman-Turkish genocide of minorities. New books have been timed for release in the year, while the news media is highlighting the 100th anniversary of the official beginning of the genocidal process. Academic conferences and commemorative activities abound. Predictably, those committed to denying the Armenian genocide are also very active, with their own publications and conferences in an attempt to prevent the surge of attention from leading once and for all to universal recognition of the genocide and the defeat of denial. There is a clear danger in focusing so much on 2015, and especially April 24 of this year. It is likely that by 2016, the surge of interest in the Armenian case will have subsided. Even within the Armenian community, a kind of genocide fatigue could well set in. It is understandable that those within the Armenian community and the ever-growing number of non-Armenian scholars, political leaders, human rights activists, and private citizens committed to an appropriate recognition of and response to the Armenian genocide would have so much hope for 2015. Many have, for decades, expended great energy and made personal sacrifices in time and resources, not to mention facing attacks by deniers and marginalization in academic and political settings for choosing a cause without cachet on behalf of a group with little power or real political value. In this context, there is a real risk that the Turkish government and other denialist forces might be correct in what they appear to hold, that they have merely to get through this year, that if the genocide becomes more than a century past, it will be relegated to obscurity and no longer be viewed as politically relevant to the contemporary world. Instead of viewing 2015 as a climax, however, it is possible to see it as a key transition point, in the same way that 1965 represented the shift from an internally focused mourning process among Armenians to public presentation of the genocide for a global non-Armenian audience. After another 50 years, the Armenian genocide is not merely a field of study in its own right, but a reference case of genocide that in part grounds the field of comparative genocide studies. It is a subject of fiction and film and a significant political issue within Turkey and a matter of domestic political importance in nation states around the world, where once those concerned about the genocide had to struggle simply to make others aware of the issue. Now there is broad awareness and denial is considered the divergent or minority view at best. With this in mind, rather than 2015 being seen as the culmination of the profound exertions that have driven the dramatic increase in awareness of the genocide, we can see it as the beginning of the final stage of engagement with the genocide toward its just resolution. Recognizing the potential of 2015 as a beginning point has been made very difficult by the presence of denial. The Turkish government and others promoting denial inside Turkey, in Europe, in North and South America, and elsewhere around the world have devoted immense financial, diplomatic, and educational resources to their campaign. It is not a surprise that, for Armenians and others committed to the truth of 1915 facing this campaign, denial has long occupied center stage in discussions of the Armenian case in scholarly, political, and activist circles. It is true that tremendous strides have been made against denial, which went from the default position of newspapers, politicians, and most countries to a less and less credible position that many people, even in Turkey, no longer countenance. But the cost has been high, not simply in material terms, as I alluded to before, but at a deeper conceptual level. Years of denial have actually skewed the very framework through which the genocide is perceived and understood. Faced with a strong denial campaign, Survivors and concerned others, including in the perpetrator group, have found themselves in a seemingly endless, disheartening, degrading, and exhausting struggle simply to get the truth recognized by enough people that it will not be erased from the annals of human history completely. This has folded the genocide itself into the struggle against denial. In this process, the defeat of denial came to be seen as justice for the genocide. If defeat of denial is allowed to stand as the endpoint of the process that we've been discussing, defeated or not, denial will have won the day by manipulating Armenians and many others, very well-intentioned, into missing the key point that the defeat of denial does not represent justice, but merely gets the victim group back to the post-genocide starting point from which a justice process can finally be initiated. Only by directly and substantially engaging the harms done by the genocide through a comprehensive reparations process can the world do what it can to bring justice to the victim group and, by extension, all of humanity. For a path to justice truly to be taken, the reactive anti-denial struggle must give way to an active process driven by the victims and their supporters toward a just resolution of the case. A just resolution is not possible through a negotiative or dialogue process as the beginning point, such as the protocols that were discussed this morning. This approach assumes a mutual negotiation between equal parties. But genocide maximizes the domination relation of perpetrator group over victim group, producing a stark power asymmetry. If both parties simply negotiate, the power of the perpetrator group dominates the process. At best, this preserves the status quo of no justice for the genocide. At worst, the perpetrator group, through this process, expands its power and its advantage, moving the situation yet farther from a just resolution. Conflict resolution that ignores power leads to worse abuses of power. Only a process that addresses the effects of the genocide can produce a legitimate resolution. The damage must be repaired if relations between perpetrator and victim groups can truly improve, not the other way around. This kind of process, a legitimate process, has emerged in the past decade. One example is the Armenian Genocide Reparations Study Group, which I chaired and which included members in the room, our Ambassador Ara Papian, who is somewhere around here, as well as Alfred Desaias and Jermaine McAlpin. We began our work in 2007 and recently released our final comprehensive report. This report analyzes the harms done by the genocide and the legal, historical, and ethical justifications for repair, and then proposes an innovative transitional justice process to effect it in a way that will benefit both Armenians and Turks. The report includes determinations of territorial and other restitution that should be made by Turkey, and discussion of the ways in which reparations should be used by the Armenian group as a whole to ensure the future viability of its state and its global identity. A number of important elements of the report bear mentioning here. First, while historical justice certainly grounds Armenian reparation claims, the crucial issue is that the legacy of the genocide has and continues to have devastating material and identity and psychological consequences for Armenians today. The enduring harms include the dramatic demographic impact on the Armenian population through direct and indirect killing, as well as forced assimilation that reduced the Armenian population of the Ottoman Empire to less than 40% of its pre-genocide number, a result that's still with us today and actually has probably gotten worse over time. And also the compounding impact on birth rates and retention of members of the group because of rape and other torture, rampant poverty, long-term effects of malnutrition, global dispersion, loss of religious, educational, and other institutions necessary for the cohesion of Armenian communities, and much more. To these harms are added the extensive lost property of Armenians. Not only were virtually all lands, businesses, farms, warehouse inventories, food stocks, monies, bank accounts, jewelry, and other such properties taken from Armenians, but the mass expropriation reached down to the most trivial items, from kitchen pots and pans to the clothes on deportees' backs and the shoes on their feet. Turkish activist and writer Temel Demirer has stated of this mass theft that it was with this Armenian property that the national economy of the new 1923 Turkish Republic was founded. What is more, since that time, Armenians have lost all that would have been built with these resources, which compounds daily, while many Armenians have lived out their lives over the past century and died in poverty because of the loss of these resources. And this mass of material resources has not just disappeared. Wealthy Turkish families, the government, and average people have received the cumulative benefits of all that this wealth was and has allowed them to build. In fact, scholars such as Uğur Ungor and Mehmet Politel have traced expropriated Armenian property right through to contemporary national and regional elite Turkish families, some of whose fortunes were built with the property pilfered from exterminated Armenians. The destruction of religious, educational, cultural, and artistic and other aspects of Armenian communal existence, coupled with the demographic collapse and global dispersion, have rendered Armenian identity and peoplehood fragile, requiring continual, draining efforts just to prevent their erasure. The demographic destruction and individual as well as state territorial expropriations of the 1915 to 23 period are the most important factor in the fact that today's Armenian Republic is a small, relatively poor, landlocked country of barely 3 million people facing a gigantic, economically and militarily powerful Turkey of 70 million, a hostile Turkey that enjoys tremendous regional power and geopolitical prominence. Even had the genocide occurred, but Ataturk's ultranationalist forces not invaded and conquered the bulk of the 1918 Republic, historian Richard Hovhannissian, whom you saw this morning, has estimated that the Armenian Republic today would be a much larger and secure state with a population on the order of 20 million. Armenians in Turkey have borne a great share of the genocide's impact, far beyond the painful, demeaning effects of denial for a group that has escaped, as in the diaspora. The situation of those still under perpetrator hegemony is to be constantly forced to live within the world of violence and power of the original harm. This is marked, for instance, by the assassination of Hrant Dink just a few years ago. Reparations for the Armenian genocide are certainly legally, historically, and morally justified in abstract terms. But as the Armenian Republic struggles economically and politically, the Armenian diaspora expends greater and greater energy to be less and less effective in preserving Armenian identity, and Armenians in Turkey continue to live under threat and oppression. Reparations are absolutely essential if the Republic, diaspora, and Turkish Armenian community are to have a legitimate future at all. And the 1915 genocide is not to succeed by 2065 or 2115. The full history of the Armenian genocide is far from written. Second, as the foregoing suggests, reparations, as I am discussing it, concerns the entire Armenian group, not individual Armenians. While individuals should certainly feel free to pursue legitimate claims for, say, expropriated land, a focus on group reparations is necessary to address the broad forces of group destruction that still operate against Armenians as the legacy of the genocide. Preservation and reconstruction of the group requires that even financial compensation be devoted to projects and institutions that will serve the broad Armenian community rather than specific individual interests. Third, land claims are typically a sticking point, but should not be. Even a substantial territorial return to the Armenian Republic, consideration of which seems to cause an existential crisis for some Turks, is not an absurdly irrational imposition. How dare many Turks say or think, Armenians demand Turkish land. But the very thought there betrays the problem. This land became Turkish through the genocidal ideology that depopulated of Armenian people and that rendered it a different people's land. Holding that land against what is right means holding on to that genocidal ideology. That is why land reparations are crucial not just for Armenians, but also for Turkey's rehabilitation away from the legacy of genocide. Fourth, there is a false truism that time heals all wounds. Nothing could be more wrong. Unless the harms of a genocide are addressed, then they persist and in fact compound over time. Indeed, with each passing year, the refusal by Turkey to address the genocide has meant additional harms done to all Armenians. Fifth, even setting aside the legal status of Turkey as the Ottoman Empire's continuing state and the Turkish nationalist forces' perpetration of the second phase of the Armenian genocide from 1919 to 1923, Turks in the Turkish Republic today do bear responsibility for addressing the harms of the genocide. They are not in any way to blame for it. They were not around at the time, and blame is not what I'm talking about. But as their state and society continue to hold the gains made and benefit from them, and Armenians continue to suffer from the material, political, and identity losses sustained, today's Turks have an obligation to repair the damage as much as possible. Of course, nothing approaching full repair is possible. They can no longer bring back the dead, nor can they turn back the denial clock to erase all the damage done, as the harms to Armenians who have lived and died in the interval since the genocide have compounded for a century. But as the reparations report I co-authored lays out, significant symbolic and material reparations are possible today. Making them is not unfair to present-day Turks. On the contrary, the burden of the genocide has been forced on present-day Turks as well as Armenians by the original perpetrators, who damned their progeny to the moral taint of genocide. However extensive a reparations package is made by Turks today, the burden they assume in giving reparations will be the barest tiny fraction of the burden of loss and suffering the genocide still imposes on Armenians. The push for reparations is asking Turks today to shoulder just some small part of the burden borne by Armenians, to share just a part of the unfairness history has imposed on all. If this is a sacrifice for Turks today, this is appropriate. Such a sacrifice will confirm the true rehabilitation of the Turkish state and society. Finally, it is crucial to understand that the Armenian case is in no way unique or exceptional. On the contrary, many groups struggle today to achieve repair for the historical harms done them. The Holocaust is perhaps the best known example, but the descendants of the Assyrian and Greek components of the Ottoman Turkish genocidal process, descendants of Herero genocide victims, Native South and North American genocide victims, Aboriginal genocide victims, and many others continue to pursue justice, in many cases for events well over 100 years in the past. What is more, former comfort women sexually enslaved by Japan in the 1931 to 45 era, African Americans regarding the heritage of U.S. slavery, South African victims of apartheid, and many more groups with different kinds of human rights histories also push for reparations. Indeed, there has emerged, Indeed, there has emerged in recent years what might be called a global reparations movement. The Armenian case is more and more an important component of this movement, not something on its own, which links the particular victim groups together not just by the shared features of their struggles, but because in fact they face the same overarching mechanism of denial and destruction. The current reality we live in across the globe is a world order formed through more than 500 years of the forces of aggressive war, colonialism, slavery, apartheid, economic exploitation, mass rape and sexism, and of course genocide. Just an examination of the basic demographics of the world today relative to the world of 100 years ago, 200 years ago, or 500 years ago makes this abundantly clear. This is how, by the way, states think. Genocide is beneficial because it creates a world order that's beneficial to the elites of states. Reparations, on the other hand, and thinking as people in victim groups have to think about recovery from these past horrific violences and oppressions, is the process of global transformation through which we can finally begin to rework our world away from the structures resulting from genocide and all these other destructive, terrible forces toward a vision in which all human beings have dignity and enough to eat, in which all people can live free from violence and degradation. This, I hope, is the project that we can say is beginning in 1915 in Armenia and around the globe. Beyond simply shifting focus from recognition to repair, the transition is taking the Armenian case and its victim group out of a relative isolation and joining them into the global social justice movement of victim groups. Thank you very much.
Patrick Dunbury, our next speaker, is a fellow Canadian, an associate professor at the University of Ottawa Civil Law Section. University of Ottawa is doing great work these days, and Patrick is one of those who's spearheading that effort. Patrick will be speaking, as you know, on state responsibility for genocide and the context of the identity of, in the context of the identity of the state and state succession. The only thing I would add to the bio that I was given, and the one that you have in your program about Patrick, is to underline the fact that he is now publishing expert articles in major law journals on the issue of state succession and is headed in the direction of becoming the leading authority on the subject. Patrick?
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? So thank you so much for the invitation. My presentation will be very short because it's a very easy subject. The question is whether or not Turkey is the same state as the Ottoman Empire. So as we all know, the most basic question of international law is that a state responsible for the commission of a wrongful act should provide reparation to the injured state or to the victim. So a state that commits a genocide should provide reparation to the victims. But before, the first question that needs to be asked before this issue is the one about whether or not that state still exists. So which state has actually committed the crime, and does that state exist after the events? So the issue of state responsibility is not problematic when that state exists or continues to exist after the events. In that context, that state will remain responsible for the international crime it has committed before during the event. It is well documented now that the Ottoman Empire has committed the massacres, genocides against the Armenian population before, during, and shortly after the First World War. In fact, everyone calls it a genocide nowadays. The problem, of course, is that Turkey as a state was created in 1923. Then who should be responsible for the acts which were committed before 1923? In other words, can the modern state of Turkey, which was only officially created in the 1920s, be held responsible for crimes which were committed before by another entity, which is, of course, the Ottoman Empire? So the question, well, the answer essentially depends on two things. Whether Turkey should be considered, and this is a technical term, the continuing state, or whether Turkey should be considered instead as a new state. And of course, the answer to this question will have fundamental consequences in terms of international responsibility. So the disintegration of the Ottoman Empire can be basically described as a series of secession in the 19th centuries by, for instance, Albania, Serbia, and other European states. The disintegration of the empire can also be characterized as a series of cession of territories that used to belong to the empire and then were ceded to the Allied, which established protectorate over them. For instance, UK over Palestine and Iraq, and France over Syria and Lebanon. So by some account, between 1878 and 1918, so that's a period of 40 years, the Ottoman Empire lost some 85% of its territory. It also lost some 75% of its population. So then the question is Turkey identical to the Ottoman Empire? The answer, of course, is no. Turkey has lost big portion of its territory and also a big portion of its population. The right question is not so much Turkey is identical to the Ottoman Empire, which is, of course, is no, but whether Turkey can be considered under international law as the same state with the same international personality, despite the fact that it has gone through substantial changes to its territory and government. So what are the relevant criteria to determine whether or not there's a new state? First, I'll examine some potential candidates, and then I'll examine the true criterion. So the first potential candidate is territory. So when a state loses a big chunk of its territory, this does not in itself affect its legal entity, its legal identity. It has the same international personality. For instance, France did not cease to exist because it lost the territory of Alsace-Lorraine in 1871. Austria did not cease to exist after the breakup of the empire when it lost most of its territory. In other words, from the fact that the empire lost the major portion of its territory, it does not have an effect on the question whether or not it's a new state or it's the same state. Another potential criterion is change of government. So a change of government does not in itself amount to a creation of a new state. So it is true that Turkey went through fundamental changes in 1923 and the 1930s. The replacement of the monarchy by a republic, for instance, also far-reaching changes affecting Turkish society more globally. But the international personality of a state is simply not affected by a change of government. Now, it doesn't matter if the change was a radical or through a revolution. Take about, for instance, the revolution in Iran in 1979. This did not create a new state. It was still the same state. The same happens with the Soviet Union in 1917. So from changes in government, it cannot be concluded that Turkey is a new state. The same applies for a change of name. It does not matter in terms of international law if Turkey is now called Turkey and no longer the Ottoman Empire. So what really matters are basically two fundamental criterion, which are first the core of a state, and the second one is recognition by other states. So let's examine the first criterion. There is an identity of state when what is left of a territory is the core of that state that existed before. In other words, there is identity when what remains can be considered as the essential portion of the territory of the old state. The territory of modern Turkey in 1923 was reduced after the war to its historical homeland, the historical homeland of the Turkish nation. It was reduced in 1923 to the core of its original territory. There is also identity of state when what remains of a territory is populated by the core ethnic or national group. The Turks were the most dominant and most powerful nation group in government during the Ottoman Empire. The territories that the empire gradually lost in the 19th centuries were essentially non-Turkish. They were populated by European nations such as Serbia, Albania, etc. The same is true for the territories in the 20th century. They were populated by Arabs, by Jews in Palestine, by Kurdish population as well. So what remained of the territory of Turkey after 1923 was mainly populated by Turks, with, of course, substantial minority, including the Kurdish minority. So in conclusion, with respect to the first criterion, the core of a state strongly support the view that there is an identity of state between Turkey and the Ottoman Empire. What about the second criteria? The second criterion is the recognition by other states. This is of great importance with respect to the issue of identity and continuity. Recognition by other states will ultimately be the decisive factor to determine this issue whenever substantial territorial change have occurred and whenever a claim of continuity is controversial and has been contested by other states. This is clear from the analysis of states' practice in recent years. For instance, the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, which was consisted at the time of Montenegro and Serbia, they claim to be the exact same state as former Yugoslavia. Other states have refused such a claim, and as a result of this refusal, this claim had no practical and no effectiveness. On the other hand, all states of the world agree that Russia should be the continuing state of the ex-USSR, and all the other former republics, except from the Baltic states, should be considered as new states. Turkey claimed in 1924 to be a new state. This position was clearly taken in the context of the negotiation of the Lausanne Conference. Turkey argued that it was a new state in order not to be bound by the death of the Ottoman Empire. What is interesting is that Austria at the time took the exact same position with respect to the wrongs and the death of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. But other states have refused to recognize Turkey as a new state. They have claimed that Turkey was not a new state, but of course that it was the same state as the Ottoman Empire. The other states' refusal to recognize Turkey's claims have prevented Turkish claim to have any effectiveness. This is clear from many provisions of the Lausanne Treaty, which treats Turkey as the exact same state as the Ottoman Empire. The same position has also been taken by a number of international tribunals, including the Lighthouse arbitration case of 1956. So in conclusion, despite considerable territorial losses and radical change to its government, there is nevertheless an identity of state, an identity of international legal personality between the Turkish Republic and the Ottoman Empire. All scholars agree that Turkey is the exact same state as the Ottoman Empire. This has some very important consequences in terms of international responsibility. The logical consequences of an identity between two entities is the continuity of rights and obligation. The rights and obligation, which were those of the Ottoman Empire before its disintegration, will remain those of Turkey after 1923. Case law and state practice all show that there is a continuation of international responsibility for past crime. This principle has been applied in the context of secession and also in the context of cession of territories. So under international law, Turkey is responsible for any acts of genocide, any massacre, whatever you call it, that took place before 1923, even if these acts were nominally committed by the Ottoman Empire. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Our next speaker is Cengiz Aktar, who comes to us from Turkey. He is a political scientist, journalist, and writer. He earned his doctorate in economics at the Sorbonne in 1982. He is also now a senior scholar at the Istanbul Policy Center. He was a field director for the United Nations in Africa, Asia, and Europe, and spent 22 years of his professional life with the United Nations. Aktar is one of the leading advocates of Turkey's integration into the European Union. Welcome, Cengiz, sorry.
Parevses. I thank the State Committee for coordination of the events dedicated to the centennial of Armenian genocide. It's important to be here. This morning, President Sargsyan underlined the importance of the memory. He emphasized the motto of the centenary commemorations. I recall and I request, or I remember and demand, as symbolized in this flower here, which is everywhere, I think in Armenia today. It's Forget-Me-Not, as you know. It happens to bear the same name in Turkish, Unutma Beni. It's not a coincidence. It's not paradoxical at all. So today, associating the words memory, recognition, denialism with the word Turkey is no more relevant. I will explain you why. Because there is not anymore a single Turkey. There are Turkeys. There is the official narrative, and there is people in the Turkish society who think the other way around. Since at least 15 years, in an ever-increasing manner, Turkish society recon with parts and segments of the Turkish society, be it the Kurds or the Alevites, the intellectuals in Istanbul and elsewhere. They don't buy the classical 100 years old state narrative regarding the genocide. I will give you many examples. I have 4 big clusters to make the entire story more understandable. Let's take the academia and publishing. My friend Ragıp Zarakolu, who is late and who may join us soon, was certainly one of those pioneers with his late wife Ayşenur, to start in 1977. These were the dark days of politics in Turkey, with their Belge publishing house, to start to publish translated books about the genocide, many accounts, 1977. It was more than courageous, and I recall there the books were systematically harassed by the Turkish justice system. Then came Aras, founded by the Istanbul Armenians. Agos, the newspaper founded by my friend Hrant Dink and his colleagues. Kurds were publishing in Kurdish, the Peri publishing house, about what happened to their fellow Armenians. This is all 10, 15 years old stories. Today, almost every publishing house in Turkey has published a decent book about the Armenian genocide. And I can assure you that especially for the centenary, there are excellent books who were translated or published at this occasion. Not the least, the opus magnum of Raymond Kevorkian, the genocide of Armenians, now is translated into Turkish and available in the bookshops. This is for the publishing activity. Let's take the academia. Before in academia, and I can assure you that I heard about the Armenian genocide when I started my studies in Paris in 1973, it was impossible to hear or learn and understand something about what happened to our fellow citizens, Armenians and Syriacs alone. Today, these meetings are taking place not anymore in the United States or Australia and Europe, but in Turkey. Just to give you an example, on Sunday, UCLA is coming to Boğaziçi University. It didn't work out with the other one, Bilgi, but for not of censorship reasons. And there will be a major conference on the genocide taking place in Istanbul. The first one, just want to recall, has taken place in 2005, just 10 years ago. And before, this sort of conferences talking about the genocide, mentioning genocide, were absolutely impossible in Turkey. The young researchers, there are more and more, although it's still easy to go and knock the door of a professor and ask him to sponsor a PhD thesis on the genocide. Nevertheless, there are more and more young researchers who are willing and to deal with the issue. Not as such, but I mean this issue is so big that the several aspects of the genocide before and after. Let's take the cultural and religious memory. Restorations are taking place. I'm not talking about Surparch of Ahtamar. I'm talking about Surp Giragos of the Kranakert, Diyarbakir. This was done by the civil society and the Kurds, entirely paid by them. And I can assure you that I was there right before Easter, and it was a chilling experience because the church was simply alive, and not only Armenians or freshly reconverted Armenians were there, but also Kurds and others who were visiting and preparing the holiday, the next day of Easter, Zadig, with joy. Legacy of the Armenian art and science and music or in architecture. It's more and more visible. Turks and Kurds are reckoning with these good memory, not anymore the bad memory, but the good memory, that people are now identifying the legacy, especially in those lands inhabited by the Armenians before, in the eastern part of the country. As for the religious memory, I just mentioned Surp Piragos, but there are more. I mean, masses are celebrated, small chapels are erected, as in the cemetery of Malatya, for instance. Reconversions are taking place. Some Armenians who have been, the grandchildren of some Armenians who had to convert to Islam to save their lives are now reconverting. The third cluster is the search of roots. There are more and more Turks and Kurds who are openly and proudly talking about their grandmothers, and you understand why always grandmothers, because the boys were killed. And before it was a hidden truth. Of course, they were mentioning it between themselves. Now they are writing books and shooting documentaries about it. There are at least 14, 15 books about these grandmothers now. Islamized Armenians, Islam and Armenian. Well, there are more and more Islamized Armenians who are now going out and claiming their Armenity while wanting to remain Muslim or to reconvert. That has, of course, crushed many taboos in Turkey. The main taboo, which is a Turk is a Muslim by definition, or a Muslim is a Turk by definition, gone. These are the grandchildren of those Armenians who had to convert at the time in 1915, 1916. Public visibility. The apology campaign of 2008, that I was one of the initiators, that was an important step in breaking the taboo, the wall of silence. I recall an Armenian friend who told me, if you reach 10,000 by the end of next year, I will write an article about this petition. We have reached 10,000 in 3 days. The commemorations, the first public commemoration about the genocide took place in 2010 in Taksim, Istanbul. Friday, there will be commemorations in 28 Turkish towns. There are public, I repeat, public meetings openly talking about the genocide and the consequences of the genocide taking place in towns like Van or Antep, unseen and unheard before. They were very difficult towns, as the specialists may know, in terms of massacres. And the use of the G word, of course, it is still punishable by the Turkish Penal Code, not Article 301, but Article 305 in its explanatory part, mentioning the genocide regarding the fate of the Armenians is punishable by this article, but it doesn't apply. And now G-word is in every mouth in Turkey. They used to, I mean, in the official narrative, people was using this so-called, but we don't hear it anymore. Exhibitions traveling to Anatolia. I mean, leaving Istanbul, because Istanbul is rather protected city in terms of memory works. I see here my friend Armen Mersobyan, whose exhibition has not only has gone to Merzifon, but I understand is now part of the permanent exhibition in the municipality hall. Exhibition of old photographers, which means that Turks and Kurds are recalling the memory of their fellow Armenians, and the kids who have no clue about what is an Armenian and what means an Armenian, if not an insult, unfortunately, in some cases, well, are learning about the history of their villages and towns. It is important. The righteous people, when one was not able to talk about the genocide, it was impossible to talk about the righteous who have saved lives, of course. And again, President Sarkisyan mentioned this morning about the righteous people, Kurds and Turks, who saved lives. Now there are more and more anonymous and non-anonymous officials whose names are circulating as righteous people, Schindlers of Turkey, Kurds, Arabs, and Turks. Diaspora organizations are now coming openly, organizing events in Turkey. Terre et Culture from France will be organizing, I think, 4 itinerary to take the same roads as the grandparents in August. Sivilitas has a liaison office. Western Armenians, the Congress of Western Armenians come and go. So, all in all, the master narrative, which we think is still, which is very much there. I mean, no one should make the mistake that things have changed from 180 degrees, but the taboo is definitely broken, and I used this symbol, this formula, where the genes are definitely out of the bottle and they will never go back. 3 features, important features, regarding these memory works. One is that the Turks and Kurds realize more and more the loss of civilization that happened with the religious/ethnic cleansing that happened, or that started to happen in late 19th, early 20th century in the Ottoman Empire. That concerned not only the Armenians, but also Greeks and Syriacs and Jews. And this cleansing didn't stop, actually, with the new state, and the formula that is coined now, the white genocide, has in a way very much continued during the Republic. Just to give you an example, the monuments, the churches and the monasteries, Vank, and the schools, but mainly monasteries and churches, were blown up during the Republic era, of course, because the Ottoman era had no time to blow them up. You know, the state was terminated. So this loss of civilization is more and more understood, I said. What does that mean? People realize that they have lost a lot with the annihilation of the Armenians and the departure of Greeks, and also annihilation in some parts of Anatolia of Greeks, of course, in the north. The second, you talked half an hour. The second point is the interaction with diaspora and Armenia. I mean, all these memory works are done in collaboration with the Armenians from elsewhere and from Armenia. And thirdly, the state and the government, the present government, don't put any brake or impede, contrary to the previous governments, these memory works. This is very important. And sometimes even take, although largely insufficient in my mind, takes part to these memory works. Now, Justice Moreno Ocampo noticed this morning the slow pace on the genocide awareness and, of course, on the prevention of it. Of course, the memory works that are taking place in Turkey at the level of the Turkish society are slow, for sure. They are not widespread enough, that's also sure, but they are certainly very healthy, healing, sustainable, and promising. There was a recent poll taken very recently. 9% of Turks approved the recognition of the genocide by the Turkish government. Of course, it may appear very, 9% is nothing, or at the first glance, but 9% makes 7 million people. So before obeying the rule, I would like just here to recall the memory of Hrant, my dear Hrant, who was assassinated and who would have loved to be here Friday. His quest for truth and reality was not vain, and it will certainly continue. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Esther Mujaweo. Esther is a survivor of the Rwanda genocide, a sociologist, a psychotherapist in a psychological center for refugees in Dusseldorf, Germany, where she specializes in post-genocide psychic trauma. She is one of the founders, with other widows, of a self-help group known as AVEGA, which is the Association des Veuves du Génocide d'Avril, a group with a very practical approach to assisting its members and their surviving family members. I can say from my own experience, I think there's some goat or cow somewhere that may have my name on it, or on part of its body. I give you Esther Mujaweo.
Thank you. I want first really to express my thanks for the organizers who invited me for this global forum, 100 years after the genocide of the Armenian. As Frank said, I'm coming from Rwanda for 21 years. So in April 1994, I was there, and I've been lucky to survive because at the time, all the Tutsis were targeted, were being killed. So they killed my husband, they killed my father, they killed my mother, they killed my sister, they killed my parents-in-law, they killed all the uncle and the aunties. So when I come here in Armenia, being with you, commemorating, I feel like I come as a sister in the worst, a sister in, somebody being targeted by a genocide. A genocide means, you have to die because you were born Tutsi. You have to die, everybody has to die. We have to annihilate. But I also come here as a sister, not only in the worst of dying, but also on the good of surviving and having resilience. I really think when I look at the survivors of the Armenian genocide, of the Jews genocide, or the Tutsi genocide, by the way, we don't really like to say Rwandan genocide because it was not Rwandan who were targeted. It was a group of Rwandan, the Tutsis, who were targeted. So it was a genocide against the Tutsi. When you look at those people who survived, I really see, I think, the image which comes is a tree where they cut all the branches, or nearly all the branches. But hopefully the roots has been not, the tree has not been deracinated. And you see those branches coming out again. You see the green coming out again. You see the green, the leaves. And this is what I see when I see all the young volunteers with such nice, how do you call it, shawl. I think really at those branches, at those green, at those leaves, which are coming back again. And in Rwanda, it is the same. Thank you. So I think it will be, for me, it will be a sharing. When you survive, when you were condemned to die, and you find yourself condemned to live, because actually in our case in Rwanda, we were not really wishing to live when they have killed everybody in your family, when they have left you as a mother. We have many mothers who have been left, and the killers killed all the children, the grandchildren. They told her, we will not kill you. It will be worse for you to survive without any of your children. Or when they have raped you, I have many clients who have been, many young people, many young girls who have been raped, and they ask the rapists, the killers, kill me as you killed my family. And they will tell them, I'm not killing you, because the death I'm giving you is worth. And the worse, the young girl, Eugenie, who was 16, she didn't know what it was, what it means. It is later when she realized, like many others, women survivors who have been raped, when we realized that nearly 70% of them have been infected with AIDS, with HIV. At the time, that's in German, 94, in Rwanda, AIDS was really epidemic. So many of the women who have been raped and infected, they will die slowly. But I want to, before I tell you the picture of how we found ourselves after the genocide, there's something which is very important to know about the genocide of the Tutsis in Rwanda, and it is such pity. It was a known genocide. The UN was there. The General Romeo Dallaire, the commander of the forces, he was there. He told New York, a genocide is going to happen. Please do something. They didn't do. And this is very hard to live with later. When you know that it was possible for your people to be still alive, but there was no political will. You were not worth enough. You didn't have the same value as any human being. And this is why when I find myself alive, I was lucky, actually. My 3 daughters, they survived. They were 5 years, 3 years, and 6 months. Many, as I said, many of my colleagues, they didn't have this chance. But when you find yourself, after 3 months, actually it has been the most rapid genocide. In 3 months, they have been capable of killing more than 1 million Tutsis. You are alone, you are in an empty. Who are you if you have anybody anymore? I used to be the wife of, I have to be the sister of, I have to be the daughter of, I have to be the cousin of, I have to be the auntie of. All those are no longer there, and we have to continue. But only they are no longer there, but you have to live with the memories of them. You have to live with the memories of how they have been killed. You have to live with the memories of their bodies that you have to walk over and continue to go. Actually, we are working a lot with symbolics because the reality is not possible. When we want to reconstruct, when we want to make our lives again, there are things you cannot change. We cannot make, we cannot reverse. They cannot come back. And those images and those ideas that we have with us, which are traumatic, we have to find some ways of working on them if we want to make our grieving, if we want to go ahead. And actually, I wanted to tell the people, the survivors, the children, the grandchildren, the grand-grandchildren of the Armenian who were killed, who died during the Armenian genocide in 1915. The reason why I wear my traditional clothes, it is not for fashion and fancy, even though our traditional clothes are really nice, but I really wanted to wear it was like the clothes of our moms. But the reason why is very sad. When they killed our mothers, you saw it in the images, many women, many people are naked. They have taken their clothes. So how do you give back the dignity to your mother, to your old mother, to your young sister who have been left naked on the street? So I decided I'm going to wear my traditional clothes because it has two pieces. It has 2 pieces. And when you meet somebody who has no clothes, if you were lucky and you could pass the body of your people, at least you will take one of your piece and you will cover her nakedness. So I decided I will wear for your mothers, I will wear for my mother, I will wear for your sisters. Because this is I think the only way to come to terms with this emptiness, with this affective emptiness, with all those images. Often we really need to recover to the symbolic because we never do it properly. You want to bury your people. How are you going to bury them? They have been left on the roads where they have been walking all the time. You didn't even have the right to say goodbye to them. You have no right to put a clothes to them. You have no right. So how do you make your grief? And I think, again, something we have to share from Rwanda and here in Armenia, what are the symbolics that we can use? And actually, I wanted to share another symbolic. My sister Stephanie, she was killed with her 3 children, with her husband, with everybody, and we couldn't find her body. Because to find the bodies where they are, it is the killers who know where they put them. So you have to negotiate with them. So it takes years. Now it is 20 years after. We are still trying to negotiate with them to know where are they. And in the end, I was so It was so difficult for me, not knowing where is Stephanie, how can I bury Stephanie, how can I make my grief? And actually, I was really lucky to find out in the ruins, because not only they killed people, but they destroyed everything. The houses were destroyed, even the trees were cut. I remember the worst, even the road, the small road going to our parents' house, that didn't exist anymore. So I was lucky that I was adult. When I went back from the main street, I knew my neighbor, so from there we turned right. So I knew this was my place, but it has been made so that even the street, the small road going to my place is no longer there. But actually, when we came, we went there long time searching for the truth, searching for what had happened. I found out in the ruins that there was a small plant growing again. And when I come close to the small plant, I found out that it was Stephanie, my sister. She was the most posh in the family. I was the tomboy. She was the one planting the flowers. Then I found out it was the flower of Stephanie. And I decided, no, even if they have killed Stephanie, the children, and they destroyed everything, but there's something staying. La fleur de Stephanie, Stephanie's flower. I decided to grow it again and to fertilize it, and now it is again a very, very beautiful, a little bit yellow like the flowers here. So I think this is the only way for us to gain on the killers. It is the only way to find, you have to find again, where is the life in order to win on the death. This was La Fleur de Stéphanie. Actually, I made a book for her, La Fleur de Stéphanie, in French, and in German, Auf der Suche nach Stephanie. If they are English publishers, I've never been able to publish the books in English, so please help me. But apart the affective loss and this emptiness, of course, there's the whole material. Everything has been destroyed. There's no house anymore. There's nothing anymore. So we have to recover again. We have to reconstruct again. We have to make houses. We have to recover health for the women who have been raped, who have contacted AIDS through the rape. We have been fighting so long before we can get the medication. And again, this is where it is so unfair. You have, they killed your people, they infected you with AIDS. Now, we thought, this is great, there is a tribunal, they are going to judge those who committed it. We found out when we went to testify, and the women were strong enough, they came out and they said what happened. But as I said, they were dying of AIDS. I remember we asked the people in the ICTR, this tribunal in Arusha, we told them, if you want us to continue to testify, please, you have to give us the medicines. This is a combined therapy, this is three therapies together. Those therapies were there. They were available. They were giving them to the prisoners in Arusha, in the UN prison, who have infected the women. But the women were not entitled to get them, because the way the tribunal has done, there was no provision for the survivors. And I think this issue of surviving is good, but living, continuing to live, and getting the means of continuing to live is so important. But I think there is another, the last loss I'm going to talk about. It is not only the people who have been killed or the material who has been destroyed, but there is the society of Rwanda, the country itself. We have lost all the values. For a genocide to be possible, you have to kill the values first. People have to believe that you are no human being, you have no, there is no, you are an animal, you are dangerous, there is no problem. In the previous pogroms, they used to kill the men, but to kill the women, to kill the children, to kill the babies, this was not common. This time, for the genocide in 94, the propaganda was no pity, no mercy, even for the babies, even for the women who were pregnant, Hutu women who were pregnant with Tutsi babies. So I remember thinking at the society, the Rwandan society after the genocide, there was something which was terrible. The very usual greetings, how you greet your people. Just when you meet, the eldest has to take the youngest in his arms and you say you wish something. So if it is a young girl, a young lady, we will wish a husband. This time you are really afraid to say that because probably there's a lot of chances that she's a widow, Girumugabo. If it is children, we wish them father and mother, Giraso na nyoko. This time we were afraid of wishing father and mother to the children because probably they are orphans. If it is parents, you wish them children, Girabana. We were afraid of doing such wishes because the children have been killed. If it is normal, we wish cows, Amasho. I wish you a lot of cows. Cows have been also eaten. So you found a society where you cannot even make the very banal greetings because don't forget for the Christian, Rwanda is 90% Christian, Catholic and Protestant together. But one of the greetings is Yezakuzwe, Jesus be glorified. But people have been killed in the churches. We have been wondering, where is Jesus? Where is God? He left us. So you cannot even use these Christian greetings because you don't believe anymore. So to say, this society has to recover again, we have to believe again, because how can you go ahead? How can you live if you don't trust? I can't trust my neighbors, they are the one who did it. I can't trust the human beings. I can't trust this famous humanity, Communauté Internationale des Humains. When they came to evacuate the British, the French, I asked them, please, can you take my children? Because they have a pass and I have a friend who can take them. They told me no. But they evacuated the dogs and the cats of the expatriate. So for me, it was really clear that the value of a Tutsi children is less than a French dog or a British cat. Just to let you know that we were so deep in everything was done, and we really have to make it again. And this is why we created our association that they told you in the introduction, Avega. We have to make, again, a family. Again, I'm saying like for the clothes, it is symbolic. But we decided we are going to make a family together. Again, the women, we came together and we were strong. We said, now we have sisters. Now you have somebody with whom you can laugh. You have somebody with whom you can cry. You have somebody with whom you can come together and life can have a meaning again. It is not only the widows, but it is also the children, or the children who were orphans. God say thank, it is so nice to see. They decided to make families again. Those who are a little bit older, they look like parents for the youngest, and they come together, and now they are celebrating. When there is a wedding, when one of them is wedding, who is there to be the parents? Who is there to assume the responsibilities that those who are gone used to assume? So let me probably, in conclusion, I think what I wish to transmit to you, or which message I have from my friends, from Avega, from the Widows Organization, or from the children who are now adults, 21 years ago. I told you the cows are so important in Rwanda. So in the morning, when we clean the house and the hof, when we clean the place, there is a place beyond the fence, behind the house. This is the place where we take all the manure, all the dirt from the cows. When the cows are gone out, then we take all the manure and we put it in a place behind the fence. This is called, for those who have been in Rwanda, this is called Ichukiro. This place, it is really, really smelling. It is not nice. So it is not a place where you will go with a friend or to have a chat. But when in this place, near that place, when you grow a banana or when you grow a pumpkin, I tell you, you become the best one. It really comes very big and very nice and very... So we decided, look, if we only keep our sadness and our smelling past, because it is not nice at all, then everybody will keep away from us. But if we decided, now we have to plant something there, and we have decided, yeah, let us use it, let us plant bananas, let us plant pumpkin, let us make a use of it. And this is what I am just offer to everyone. I think everyone has his smelling corner behind the fence. If you leave it only smelling, you are done. But if we use it, and I think this is what I've really been seeing on the smiling faces of the young generations of Armenian, it will produce something beautiful and something good, and I thank you.
Esther, merci. Our next speaker is Yair Oran, a Holocaust and genocide scholar in the Open University of Israel, and in the winter of 2015, a visiting professor at the American University of Armenia in Yerevan. Yair has published numerous books and articles on the Armenian genocide, genocide education, and he is one of the leaders in the movement in Israel to bring about greater recognition of the Armenian genocide within the Israeli school system. For a brief period of about a year or two, he was part of the Yad Vashem education program and at the Open University as well. And in the whole sphere of public education in Israel, Yair has been an advocate and a person of great courage, taking enormous professional risks to ensure, to the best of his ability, that the Armenian genocide and other genocides besides the Holocaust are recognized and presented to Israeli school children. Yair, thank you for being here.
I want to thank first of all Esther for your eyewitness. I just want to put the genocide in Rwanda, of the Tutsi in Rwanda in perspective. You know, for many years I knew that about 1 million people were killed. We say about 1 million people. Sometimes we say maybe 1 million people, or we say 1 million, or 1,100,000. But we are speaking about human being, a human being like us who were killed. Never will know how many were killed. And you know, a month ago, I'm teaching now in Yerevan, I spoke about the genocide of the Tutsi in Rwanda. And I said it's about 1 million victims during 100 days. And never I dare to say how many was for a day. And then I did not dare to say how many was killed in a second. And one of my students took the computer and he said every second between 6 to 7 people were killed during 100 days. and what we have done. Last year I was in 2-month sabbatical in the Orion Institute in Canada, and there was the football games. And then they mentioned a statistic. They spoke about the football games in 1994 in US. I came to the office and I looked. The Olympic Games were just when about 1 million people were killed, massacred. And we knew it, all of us. There was no protest during the football games, and game continued to be played with many spectators from all over the world and from US. I want to thank you because you begin, maybe it's coincidence, but maybe not. You begin this event this morning with somebody with his photo who spoke about the Rwandan genocide. And I was very moved. I was very moved because you are dealing with Armenian genocide, and thank you, you don't forget the other victims. You speak about Rwandan genocide in the beginning of the 100th anniversary for your genocide. It's great. I say openly, I would like to see my country behave in the same gracious way that you behave. Let me just say, I was the first time in Armenia in 95. I was invited by the Orion Institute, and there was lectures about Rwandan genocide, about the Holocaust, about the Cambodian genocide. And I asked myself, yeah, what is happening? And then only when I came back to Israel, to my country, I have seen the difference. Because unfortunately, and I would say shamefully, in other conferences never we mention other victims. Now I want to relate the prevention and the denial. We have to be very honest. When we deny genocide, we prepare the ground for a new one. And this is the case with the Armenian genocide. We can speak and speak and speak. But till only 24, 25 countries recognize really the Armenian genocide, we have not any possibility to prevent the future one. Because I want to say, the recognition of the Armenian genocide is not an issue between the Armenians and the Turks. It's an issue for humanity. It's an issue for humanity. And now I would say something about the meaning of denial for the victims, and then for the perpetrators, and then for humanity, and then also for my country. You are a victim twice. You are a victim of the genocide, and you are a victim of the denial. When I speak with young Armenians now, they don't know anybody from their family who was a survivor. They know it's the parents of their grandparents. But the genocide is in the bottom of their life because of the denial. I knew that there are Armenians who say we have to give up with the genocide denial. We have to go forward. Honestly, you can go forward. You can go forward only if your genocide will be recognized. You are continue to suffer for the trauma of the genocide and the trauma of the denial. And I think you have to find, let me say, friendly, to find a way to combine the struggle for the recognition and the struggle for the survival of Armenia and the survival of Karabakh. Because your struggle of survival is not finished. the struggle for your survival, unfortunately, is not finished. When you see Armenia and you see Karabakh, you understand it is not finished, unfortunately. Now, I want to say something about the perpetrators. We spoke a lot about the legal system and about the political system. I have the right to be in Turkey 6 years ago, and I told them, as I say it here, Turkey without recognition of the Armenian genocide will not be a democratic society. The Turks, for their own purposes, must recognize the Armenian genocide. Otherwise, they will be in the same circle of denial, which will not let them to become a real democratic society. Now I want to say something about the global society, humanity. We have to ask ourselves, what is the meaning that after 100 years, only 24 countries really recognize the genocide? Somebody spoke, my friend, spoke about US, honestly out. United States does not recognize the Armenian genocide, point. If Obama will declare tomorrow, after tomorrow, I recognize the Armenian genocide, it will mean that US recognizes the Armenian genocide. It could not be by state. It has to be by the political leader. And US does not recognize the Armenian genocide, as it's clear as it is. Not. Germany, for a while, does not recognize the Armenian genocide. Germany has to be one of the first to recognize because they have responsibility. When the parliament recognizes in a quite complicated way the genocide, it's not recognition. It's a declarative recognition not to deal with the deep moral question of responsibility and guilty. And Germany, especially because of its past, must recognize the Armenian genocide as it recognized the Jewish genocide of the Holocaust. Now, I want to say, when we speaking about genocide, we speak about the perpetrators and about the victims. And we say there is a third party. Third party is the absolute majority of humanity. In all the genocides, only little part of humanity was involved directly. What are the third party? The third party. There are some who support the victims. There are few. There are few in the ground, and there are few outside. The one who support the victim, who try to save them, they are righteous. They are righteous. In every genocide, they are righteous. They are few, but we have to remember them. Now, there are quite many who support the perpetrators. Why? They are strong. We can have profit to support the strong part. Maybe they will give us later some of the things that belong to the victims. And here the third part of the third party is the bystanders. We are, most of us, bystanders. What is happening now, whether we call it officially genocide or not, people are killing now, every day, every hour, probably every minute, in different places in the world. What we are doing honestly, nothing. It's continuous. And I want to say, I become more and more convinced that there are not three parties. You are with the victim or not. If you are not with the victim, you are with the perpetrators. And I want to say this category, I want to implement it in the case of denial. When you don't recognize the Armenian genocide, you deny it. You deny it. You are with the Turkish side. And we have to decide. It's a moral issue. I want to emphasize, there were in the morning many lawyers that I respect them who spoke about the legal situation. For me, dealing with the Armenian genocide is a moral issue, not political issue and not legal issue. We have to deal with the Armenian genocide because we are human beings. And then I want to say, for me, because I'm a Jew. Now I want to say something very clear about Israel. We can't avoid it. Israel does not recognize the Armenian genocide. Even sometimes we go further. In some way, we even deny the Armenian genocide, unfortunately. Israel is to be the first country to recognize the Armenian genocide, but we are not. We are not. And I would say something that took me years to articulate to myself, and then I will say it openly. It's not the first time. When we deny the Armenian genocide, we betray the memory of our victims. Because for me, after many years of working on the genocide studies, I became to the conclusion the legacy of genocide for me is the holiness of the life of human being. And the second is the equalityness of the life of human being, whether he is a Jew or an Armenian or Turks or Tutsi or Palestinian. If we don't understand these two lessons for genocide, we can say many times, never again, it will happen again and again. Thank you.
So Ragip is not here. Okay. Ragip may join us before the session is over, and I hope he will. I've just been counting how many times he was in prison, and so far I'm up to 4, for all the work he's done to expose Turkish society to the reality of the genocide and the gross violations of human rights by the government of Turkey in its various stages. I've chaired many panels over the years at conferences. But I cannot remember a panel whose members moved me as much as this panel. Thank you. Thank you for the price you paid to do this today, and for all the good work you have done and will do. For those of us who are academics, for whom this is not only a moral commitment, but also a vocational and professional commitment, I think I can honestly say, really, none of us face the challenges that you do, and we recognize the courage that you bring to the work you do. Thank you. So the floor is open now, and just by way of a reminder, I'm happy to see people at the microphones. I will be taking 3 questions. I forgot to mention that. This is not what you did in the earlier panel. This is a system we learned over the years. So what I'm going to do is ask you, if you have a question, to state a question and address it to a specific person, please. Not now.
Oh, not now.
No, at the end of the question period. Thank you very much, though, for thinking of it, Henry. Yeah. And if you want to make a statement, you have 3 minutes in which to make it, no matter what you say or who you are. Okay. So why don't I do it like this? I'll start at the back of the room, as far away from me as you can be. The gentleman with the blue shirt, that's you, sir. Then I'll go over to the next rear mic. Then I'll go over here, and then we'll deal with those first three. Okay, and we'll come back. We'll have a chance to go around a number of times. Sir, what is your question? Please go ahead. Could you tell us your name?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Joseph Yacoub. I am honorary professor of political science at Catholic University of Lyon. I published recently a book in Paris about the Assyrian Chaldean Syriac genocide. First of all, I would like to thank the Armenian authorities, especially the Armenian parliament and the President of the Republic, which recognized the Assyrian genocide as one of the first genocide in the 19th century. My question is about the cultural dimension of genocide. I think the cultural genocide, or what it is called the ethnocide, I think it deserves to be treated more deeply and more scientifically, parce que le génocide est certainement physique, mais le génocide est en même temps culturel. Et comme les anthropologues l'appellent, c'est un ethnocide. Et je crois qu'il est important dans ces propositions qui vont être faites à la suite de ce forum d'introduire une norme juridique sanctionnant, pénalisant le génocide culturel et en tirant les conséquences de ce génocide. Le peuple assyrien chaldéen a subi non seulement un génocide physique en 1915, mais il a subi en même temps un génocide culturel. Tout à l'heure, j'ai écouté l'exposé très estimé de Cengiz Aktar. Je voudrais rajouter sur ces lieux du drame qui ont eu lieu en Turquie des régions qui ne sont absolument pas mentionnées. Le Hakkari qui se trouve au sud-est de la Turquie contenait plus de 250 églises et monastères. Au moment où les Assyriens ont été génocidés en 1915, en 1918, il ne restait plus aucun Assyrien dans cette région et les 250 églises et monastères, dont le siège du patriarche Mar Benjamin Shummun, qui a été lui-même assassiné, ont été complètement en ruine. Donc, je pense qu'il est urgent aujourd'hui d'introduire une norme aussi, une norme qui sanctionne le génocide culturel. Et je voudrais à ce propos poser une question à Cengiz Aktar. I listened with attention to your speech about the situation of Armenians in Turkey. My question is, do you think that this analysis may be applied to Syriac, Assyrian, Chaldean community, and how do you see the future of this community? Because the Turkish people, maybe now he is aware about the situation of Armenians, but I have many doubts about his awareness concerning the Assyrian, Syriac, Chaldean, and thank you very much.
Merci, Joseph. Yes, our second questioner. Please go ahead. And what is your name?
My name is Mikhail Chlenov. I'm the Vice President of the World Jewish Congress, and I came here with a small delegation of Jews from different communities to stretch the hand of friendship and express our condolences and co-suffering to the Armenian people in this, sorrow day of the 100th anniversary of the Armenian genocide. I was also very moved by this panel, as the moderator said here. I share your feeling, Mr. Moderator. And, we live actually with the feeling of the genocides of our parents, grandparents. Here we saw it, especially after the speech by Esther, in a quite a living way. And because I have the right to have only a very short statement, I would say the following. We find it very important to come here in order to strengthen the feeling of friendship between the Jews and Armenians. The mutual Thank you. The mutual respect, the mutual understanding, the mutual love between the victims of the genocide is a very important factor and step in the problem of genocide and human sufferings as such. One would probably say that a mere word. Everyone may say it. And I shall add to this the following. It's not mere word. Someone in the first panel today in the morning said that the most successful in solving the problem of reparation or compensation were the victims of the Holocaust. Probably that's true. And I can say that the process of this reparation, which we heard here a presentation of a colleague which presented the book, it's a very complicated and, by the way, a very unpleasant, although probably a needed process. And as one of the way of this was solidarity between the victims, probably there is also a solidarity between the persecutors, we are not discussing it, is that we can share the experience, the Jewish experience, which is partly successful, partly not, but still with it something. We are ready to share it with our brothers and sisters, be they Armenians, be they Tutsi, be they Darfur, be they Yazidis, etc. The last word. Our tool in maintaining the ties between the Jewish world, and there are 116 countries where there are Jewish communities in the world, and the Republic of Armenia is the existence of a small but very proud and well-organized Armenian Jewish community.
Bravo. Thank you.
They are doing, incredible activity in order to reach, this mutual understanding, to overcome, if there is any or something to overcome at all, to strengthen what I meant here.
Thank you very
Never
much,
again.
Mikhail. Thank you.
you.
Our third questioner. Yes, what is your name, please?
Thank you.
Czechnovorian.
My name is...
There.
Yes, we're here. What is your name, sir?
My name is Johnny Messel. I'm born and raised in the Netherlands, and I'm president of the United Nations NGO. It's called the World Council of Arameans Syriacs. I would like to start with a quote from U.S. Ambassador Henry Morgenthau, quote unquote, "The story which I have told about the Armenians I could also tell with certain modifications about the Greeks and the Syrians. I'm pleased honored and thankful to the Armenian government for extending a kind invitation to our people to address this distinguished community, to tell the story of our people, the Aramean people, who are also called by their Greek names Syrians, or also by other names, Assyrians, Chaldeans, and otherwise. I'm lucky to be here because my great-grandparents survived the same genocide in southeast Turkey, in Urfa, in Diyarbakir, in Mardin, and Midyat, where my family comes from, as the Armenians and the Greeks. And we are truly impressed with the efforts here today, and we are also truly inspired by what we have seen and heard today by the distinguished panelists. I would like to know just two commonalities and one crucial difference between the consequences, and that's the panel about today, of the genocide suffered by the Armenians and the Aramean people. In two ways, these two nations face the same consequences of the Ottoman genocide. First, both of us suffered from a genocide before, during, and after 1915. Just in 1895 alone, 25,000 Arameans were massacred. And after Turkey was founded in 1923, there were new forms of genocide, including onomasticide, the killing of our names, our last names, the names of our villages, cities, towns, etc. And also memoricide, the erasing of our memory. If you go to Turkey today, most of the villages and towns, they don't know anything about the original history anymore. Now, for your information, our federation in Germany lobbied last year successfully for a law, indeed a law, that now allows citizens from Turkey to change their Turkified last names into their traditional family names. The second point we share, as a result of the genocide, both of us lost a substantial part of our tangible and intangible cultural heritage, which includes, of course, our churches, monasteries, houses, etc. And also we lost much of our identity and our language, in my case the Aramaic language, and culture, and we lost much of our homeland. And we were pushed into a global diaspora. Now the last point, the first crucial... Now, as I said, the first two stages of this genocide we share, and we truly feel and share the pain of the Armenians. But there is one crucial consequence of the genocide which the Aramean people uniquely have suffered in contradistinction to both the Armenian and the Greek victims of the Ottoman genocide. Now, since 1915 until today, the Arameans have suffered discrimination, persecution, and ethnic cleansing, not just in Turkey, where millions of square meters of land are still being expropriated and taken away from our people as we speak at this moment. Ethnic cleansing and mass exodus of the Aramean people also take place in Syria and Iraq with impunity and no media attention, and I'm working with this on a daily basis. The real difference between the Armenians and the Greeks on one hand and the Arameans on the other is that after the 1915 genocide, the Aramean people were left without a land or a country of their own. They have no government in this world that is able or willing to help them survive in their homeland or even outside their homeland. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, as we speak, the Aramean people are facing an existential threat, a complete annihilation, an extinction, a true but silent genocide in front of our eyes. Now, what do we ask from you? And then I will conclude. In conclusion, we ask you three things. First, the Aramean people ask you, the distinguished genocide scholars, to study and publish about our genocide, which until today has hardly received attention. We ask you to mention every time when you speak about the Armenian genocide, to also mention and honor the Greek and Aramean victims, just like His Excellency, the Armenian President, did this morning. And we are also very thankful to the Armenian Parliament for recognizing recently our genocide. Thank you so much for that, Armenia.
You have 30 seconds left, Johnny, so you prioritize how you're going to use them.
Thank you, I will, Mr. Chairman. Second point is, as we have no country of our own, unlike the Armenians and the Greeks, who can effectively use their political clout to raise the issues of their people with the UN, the EU, and the rest of the international community, we ask Armenia and Greece and Israel, who last year recognized us as a separate national identity, and all the countries represented here, to please speak on behalf of our people. Give us the political voice we need and which we are lacking until now. Last point, Mr. Chairman. We ask all of you who are sitting here for a commitment to find a resolution and to act upon all the mass atrocities, all these crimes which are taking place in our homeland, so that we can survive in our homeland.
Thank you very much, Johnny. Let's go now to Senghez. No, just wait a minute. Senghez, I'm sorry, Roger. I know you know a great deal about this. Senghez, would you like to deal with the question from Joseph about ethnocide? And I think the question was about the punishment of ethnocide as well as its impact.
Thank you.
Please go
Very
ahead,
quickly,
please.
The SAFO, as it's called, the Syriac genocide, is still on. As the last gentleman put it, those who had to leave Hakkari region after the first upheaval of the Turkish Republic in 1924, which means that things have not ended with the Ottoman Empire. They had to leave and go to Iraq first under British mandate, and then to Syria under French mandate in 1935. And today their villages are wiped out. ISIL is blowing up almost one church a day. These are not any churches. Some date back to 4th century. And I think echoing what was said this morning about the ongoing genocides and the genocide awareness, if we want one really, I think this is definitely what is going on in Syria today against the very presence of the Syriac people. In 1928, their schools were closed. In 1935, if I'm not mistaken, the Patriarchate had to emigrate to Hama in Syria. They are in deep trouble today, as you may imagine, under the push of ISIL, and their life and their very existence is definitely threatened. As for Turkey, the government recently allowed the opening for the first time since 1928 of a primary school, but in Istanbul. I mean, they need a school where they live, because contrary to Armenians, there are still Syriacs who live in their homeland, especially in Midyat and the area. There are two functioning, very important monasteries. Of course, much has been destroyed, but they have at least one, there is one positive aspect for them to coexist with the surrounding Kurdish element. They are more, and the Kurds and the Kurdish political movement is more and more sensitive to the plight of the Syriacs. Not all, but the dominant movement. But I again repeat, SAFO is definitely continuing today, and we need an international awareness and on that. Yes.
Roger Smith, would you just say, I know you have something important to say about how scholars are addressing the issues that Johnny raised, and if you would like to continue for just a minute after that, if you want to say something about moving to the European Union, the UN, Israel, and Greece, taking the issue to the UN, you're welcome to do it, but you don't feel obligated to do it.
I'll take one step at a time.
Why don't you turn on your mic first?
Okay, that's the first step. I want to just say that the Genocide Studies International Journal, which is just published this month, a large issue. It's almost 200 pages. It's the title of it is a special issue. It's called The Ottoman Genocides of Armenians, Assyrians, and Greeks. The article that is on the Assyrians is by probably the foremost scholar of that, David Gaunt, who resides in Stockholm, Sweden. I was in Paris just a few weeks before that, and he also presented that paper, and I talked about the relationships between these three genocides and some. The similarities, which there are some, and the differences, of which there are some. And I think that what I could say is from the audience, which were rather large, 300 people generally in these sessions, they were very well received. They were receptive. And I think that a lot of progress is being made there. You have to remember something else, though, that it took the Armenians a long time before there were hardly any publications available. Richard Hovhanessian and others have said, even as late as the 1970s and even perhaps in the 80s, there were very few works that were really available. When I started my genocide course some 30 years ago, I wanted to deal with the Armenians, and I could find a few things. But that was about 1980, and now, of course, they're plentiful. I'm working also with the Pontic Greek Association, and they've had similar problems and have consulted about how you begin to make the movement forward. And I think, again, both the Greeks and the Syrians are making great strides.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Roger. We're going to go back to the floor now, and we'll do another round of three. So, sir, would you introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ghassan Khaybir. I'm Member of Parliament in Lebanon, and I'm the General Rapporteur of the Parliamentary Human Rights Committee. I was equally moved than you were, Mr. Chairman, by these statements that were made and very challenging thoughts. I'd like to start by saying that we in Lebanon are very proud of a very vibrant and very strong Lebanese community of Armenian descent. Many of the survivors of the Armenian genocide took refuge in Lebanon. We're extremely proud that they are so active, first in creating Lebanon with the others. That is a land of refuge for many nations, including the Syrians. But also, I'm also very proud of a parliament that has recognized the genocide of the Armenian people, and that is still working. I want to confirm that I'm not an Armenian myself, and I don't have Armenian relatives, and I have no descendants Armenians whatsoever. But I'm extremely moved, and I feel as a human being, I am concerned with the genocides anywhere they are, and particularly this year, the 100th anniversary. We're coining a new motto in Lebanon. We say for this centennial, we are all Armenians. Polores Hayek is a message that we also need to pass through. But as a member of humanity, and as we are concerned, the Lebanese were also, the Armenians were killed by the sword. The Lebanese third of the Mount Lebanon population was killed by hunger in 1915. But my question is mostly addressed to Mr. Henry in his report, and I'm interested that his title mentions justice. Most of his presentation was about retribution, and I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, that retribution is only a portion of justice, albeit an important portion of justice. My concern as a human being, seeing all the atrocities that are currently committed in Syria and Iraq against minorities, mostly Christians and others, my concern is that what we are here to do is not to write history. I say we're also trying to write for the future, so it does not repeat itself. So my very question is, we want to learn. If we don't succeed in providing justice for the Armenian genocide, then how can we be successful in providing justice for an ongoing genocide we see on television every night of the day? So my concern is, what are the tools for justice that you're recommending in your report?
Thank you.
Other than retribution? And second, what can we do now to make sure that we don't wait for another 100 years so we don't stop the current genocides? Thank you.
Thank you, Rossam. We're going to go now to the left rear, my left rear, for a moment. Please ask one question so we can deal with it. Thank you very much, and please introduce yourself as well.
Vahagan Vardanyan, I am the head of high school at Chinese International School in Singapore, and I'm also doing my doctorate research on national identity there. I prepared more than one. I will try to make it short. One is to Mr. Henri Theriot, right? I hope it was not a mistake.
No, you have it correctly.
Yeah, so we have seen a process of, there were mentioned already several cases of genocide that happened from the end of the 19th century until now. But very recently, we can see a process of the word genocide being inflated when countries such as Azerbaijan uses that and claims to be a victim of such. So is there any trend you see that the word genocide will become so inflated so it will not be considered as a valuable word legally and also emotionally?
Thank you very much, Wardan. We'll stop there and go on to the colleague at the back. If you want to ask another question later, you're welcome to do it if you get back online. Yes, please go ahead. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Cheknogorian Alzenbal. I was long years working with United Nations, former managing director, and today I am advisor to UN. I wanted to thank and praise the government of Republic of Armenia for having organized this unique event, forum, and especially you, eminent personalities, that you came and you delivered fantastic statements, and you really help us to understand better the issue of genocide, where it's going and what it is. However, it looks your discussions today morning and today vibrated until Europe, and your voices joined Pope Francis, because a miracle has been done. Austrian government, just 2 hours ago, unimaginable for us Austrian living in Austria, passed resolution accepting the genocide of Armenians.
Thank you very much.
And tomorrow will be Germany, and I want to say thank you all. If you stay with us, Armenians, and you will support us, I am sure the justice will prevail. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Okay, let's take, excuse me, we'll come to you in the next round. Don't go away. Yes, Rosam's question to Henri Theriot. What are the tools for justice that you would like to see employed, Henry?
Let me first start with a sort of apology and credit Frank with keeping us at 15 minutes so that there would be a fruitful discussion and give the audience time to talk. But on an issue like reparations, I mean, 15 minutes is like scratching the surface in a way that doesn't even get at the surface, to be honest. So I apologize that there are so many things that we can talk about, and I'm glad that other people have raised the issue. And one of them certainly is the issue of Assyrians and Greeks, which in our report we have a section saying that wasn't within our mandate, partly because it was Armenian sources asking the people who worked on the project had kept inviting us and so forth to work on this issue. And none of us felt that it would be appropriate to start making claims about what Assyrians or Greeks should be asking for in terms of reparations. So that's one thing I want to be very clear. I mentioned at the beginning and the end of my remarks both groups as important within this context, but I didn't want to presume to say too much about that. Second thing, when I think you mentioned retribution, and I actually would never use that word. I think probably you're thinking either rectification or reparations, which I use consistently. And the concept that we have in the report and that I operate with is a very broad concept. It's a concept. Oh, you want to start? Hey, I can stop. You want to start? Finish up? Okay. Is a very broad concept that deals with material and symbolic elements, everything from apology and rehabilitation of the perpetrator group through internal education, monuments, and all sorts of things like that, all the way through to basic material questions of lost property and the property or the resources needed to rehabilitate a population. Again, we have a huge amount of material in the article, in the report on that. So, and I'm happy to discuss that in more detail with anybody who's interested. And I think there was one other question on justice. Yeah, and then there was the stretching of the word, or
stretching the inflation. Henry is right.
And
briefly, Henry, what do you think of? Is there a danger that when a country like Azerbaijan begins to talk about suffering genocide, the word will somehow be so inflated that it will lose all meaning?
And I've written on this, but I got to say, the two guys to my right have set the sort of foundations of issues of definition and these kinds of incredibly important issues. So I'm just going to pick up a little of things they've said and also maybe pull in what I would say is, yes, there's always a danger of misuse and misappropriation of terms that have significant meaning. I don't think it's a huge risk now. I think it's fairly transparent that Azerbaijan and other countries that misuse the term genocide are misusing it because the facts just don't fit anything like the UN definition or even an expanded definition of the type that Israel Charney was suggesting this morning. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be a little bit flexible with our definition. So for me, the Irish potato famine counts as a genocide because it meets certain criteria. Not every genocide scholar will agree, and there are legitimate disagreements about that. And there are other cases as well that would be on that borderline. But I don't think the danger that you raised is probably that significant at this point. I think we've dealt with it.
Thank you, Henry. We're very fortunate. Ragip Zarakolo has made it despite all the barriers of contemporary travel. But before we hear from him, I'm going to take just two more questions. One from you, and one from you. Okay? And then after Ragip's presentation, we'll take we still have quite a bit of time. We have till 6:30, is that right? Okay, so please, go ahead.
My name is Yonatan Kanna. I am a member of Iraqi parliament, represent the forgotten nation, Assyrian, Chaldean Syriacs in Iraq. And I am here for solidarity and for convey our condolences for our friends, Armenians here. We appreciate Armenian parliament decision, and we appreciate all Europeans today. They are recognizing the genocide again, and we are here for the 100-year anniversary. My questions, the 2 points. One of the friends called the co-victims. Yeah, we are co-victims, and Armenians and Syrians are co-victims, and Greek as well. So today we are forgotten nation. We are helpless people, and that's why there was no any studies, as the professor mentioned. But we hope from now on we have to be together. I think we can produce much better, much more, and we can progress our issues. So we were in Iraq in census of 87, 1.3 million. Today we are almost 0.6 million. What's going on? How you mentioned that? You said white genocide or ethnocide, as the professor said. How we can stop that? It is because of discrimination or persecutions or other things. Second point is for Mr. Patrick, when he mentioned that the Turks kept only their motherland. I'm sorry, this is not that much correct, because 6 states are Armenian majority population now are part of Turkey. It is not Turkish homeland there. It was Armenian homeland there, but today it's called Turkey. Also, more than 2 to 3 states were Assyrian and also Greek as well. So what about that? It is not homeland, and I think solutions should be found, and some product must be from here for the international community and the United Nations.
Thank you very much. Yes, please introduce yourself.
I'm Theophanis Malkidis. I come from Greece. Thank you for the invitation, the Armenian Republic, and especially the President of the Armenian Republic. I also welcome my friend Ragip Olsgiadjani. And I would like to thank all of you for the recognition, especially at the Armenian Parliament, for the recent recognition, the Assyrian and Greek genocide. It was a great news for us because I'm also a victim of Greek genocide. And I also thank you because, as motto says, I remember, I demand. Thank you very much for all. Thank you very much, all of you. We will win. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like now to briefly introduce Ragip Zarakolo, who has been waging a struggle to publish, to debate, to examine the true and full history of the events in Turkey that we are here to discuss. Ragip, would you come up, or you can present from your seated position right now, or you can come up here. It's your choice. What would you like to do? Stay there? Come here? Come here. Okay, good. And Johnny, if you see me at the end of this session, I have a copy of Genocide Studies International to give you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
15. I apologize because of Aeroflot, good working. I arrived just via Moscow from Oslo. My friend asked an important question, how we can stop the genocide. In 100 years, the genocide is going on in Middle East. And the last generations of the survivors of Armenian genocide now under the threat of the last level of genocide. We can stop the genocide only by means of acknowledgement, apology, and reparations. In 1915, what happened in Ottoman Empire was defined crime against the humanity. And that time, big powers declare they will put the responsibles of this crime in trial. It would be first trial, Nuremberg style, if they succeed this. Unfortunately, this could be possible. During the First World War, Ottoman Turkey was part of the losers. But after the First World War, Turkey left the arena as a winner. And after the First World War, three ancient countries was disappeared. These were Pontus, second one was West Armenia, and third one was Assyria. During the Ottoman empires, the region was the most richest area in the world with different alphabets and with different languages. There were Latin alphabet, Greek alphabet, Creole alphabet, Georgian alphabet, Armenian alphabet, Hebrew alphabet. There was a great richness in the empire. All these human heritage was victimized in the name of to build up a nation state. So the Armenian genocide was a part of nation building process of Republic of Turkey. This is one of the reasons why denial is so strong. Because if they accept the truth, so all the official history, all the official legends, all the official heroes will collapse. The second reason of the denial is reparations issue, you know. It is sometimes more important. By denialism, Turkey win more than 50 years. many of them in the world are thinking it is so absurd, it is so real, like Kurdish existence, like Armenian genocide was a truth, and there is no need to prove it. It is a very absurd, but Turkish denialism made Armenian genocide in an absurdization process and locked the problem in the discussions, is it genocide or not genocide? So this tactic was successful because they win time. But the world power is also responsible because of that play. Mr. Obama accepts the truth. The main speaker of the Democrats in the United States, Madame Pelosi, accepted the truth. And when they got the power of the state, they forget this. So the American state's interests were important than the truth. So there must be something ethical. It is not ethical. Armenians were left always. They were left after the First World War. They were left after the Second World War. After Second World War also, the Armenian diaspora was hopeful. But they were victimized second time, and we came last phase to finish the Armenian genocide and to make it a perfect genocide. In 1915, there was a discussion how we define. It is, somebody told it is a crime against Christianity, but politically it wasn't accepted. And, but Turkey is against the term of genocide. But in 1915, Dr. Lepsius used the term Folkermord, in Swedish also the same word. So it is the translation of genocide. So the genocide concept was used before Lemkin first, Dr. Lepsius, during the genocide was going on. So Turkey, unfortunately, going with Yeniçeri March, one step forward, two steps backward. Last year there was consolation. We accepted is a good step, not enough. But today there is a historical campaign in Turkey against the Pope, the religious leader of the world Catholic community in the world. Why? Because he is honest than Obama. Because he didn't change his discourse. He used first time genocide term and shared the pain of the Armenian people in 2002. He's an honest man, and he's going on his way. It is not new for him to define the genocide, or he's going to share the pain of Armenian people. We feel only shame for that. And it is a defaming of Turkish nation also. They lock Turkish nation in a crime, and we cannot pass. And they attack European Union also. All business circles of Turkey made declarations after the decision of the European Union, and three main parties of Turkey made a declaration signed with common sign. It is a shame. But we are thankful to People's Democracy Party. They denied to sign this common declaration. You know, 2005, 550 parliamentarians of Turkey signed a declaration, or it was a kind of ultimatum to British Parliament to cancelling Blue Book. And they demand the truth. For them, truth, the Blue Book was a propaganda weapon. That time, Turkish Parliament shared the shame. But I am happy there is a different voice in Turkish Parliament now. Also, we thank a parliamentarian from that party gave a law offer for acknowledgement of Armenian genocide and apology. She is under the attack also. But at least there is an honest voice in Turkish Parliament, and we are proud of her with Madam Sabahat Tuncel. And so she's the owner of Turkey, not the attitudes of President of Turkey. It's shameful act. He is insisting to go on shameful act. I want to share these ideas with you. Şunor Hagalen.
Okay, we have two. Sir, you will have to respect the rules.
Genocide. We can't bring back the massacred parents, but we want our properties. We want our churches, schools, clubs, and our houses, and our land.
I thought that there was a woman who was at the mic before you, sir. She's behind you. Maybe I was mistaken. Okay, well, so then you're first. Please go ahead. Okay.
Thank you very much.
What is your name, please?
Je vais faire mes questions en français, si possible.
Mais quel est votre nom, s'il vous plaît?
Je m'appelle Mehmet Ali Dogan.
Merci.
Je suis réalisateur de documentaires. Actuellement, je réalise un documentaire sur le descendant arménien en Argentine et Uruguay. Et Ragıp abi, hoş geldin. Et mes questions ont été répondues par Ragıp Zarakoğlu, la majorité. Aujourd'hui, il y a une organisation qui règne la terreur en Syrie et en Irak, qui s'appelle ISIS. Cette organisation a le soutien direct de l'État turc. L'État turc actuellement, même le président Erdogan, quand il était Premier ministre, il a signé lui-même, ces documents, on a des accès maintenant, il a donné des ordres de soutenir l'État islamique. Comme il a expliqué Monsieur Patrick Dumbéry, ma question est pour lui, la continuation de l'État turc est une continuité de l'Empire ottoman, à voir le pire. Mais cette continuité n'a pas eu, a eu seul ou avec le soutien des États occidentaux. Par exemple, depuis 1952, la République de la Turquie est membre de la OTAN. Aujourd'hui, l'armée turque retient à la seconde plus grande armée de la OTAN après les États-Unis. Donc l'alliance des États-Unis avec la Turquie dans cet endroit, l'alliance de l'Allemagne, de la France, de l'Italie, de la Grande-Bretagne économique dans cet endroit-là, j'ai l'impression que la question du génocide arménien, le génocide assyrio-chaldéen et la violation des droits de l'homme, aujourd'hui même, il y a 10 000 prisonniers politiques en Turquie. Ragıp Zarakoğlu faisait partie d'eux-mêmes. Moi-même, j'étais prisonnier dans ce pays. Parmi ces 10 000 prisonniers politiques, 1000 sont des enfants de moins de 16 ans. Et même Erdogan, le président, il proteste la violation des droits de l'homme contre les enfants en Palestine, en Israël. Donc, la Turquie continue sa politique de l'Empire ottoman tout seul, où elle n'est pas l'enfant gâté de cet Occident. Et dans ce sens-là, je crois qu'il y a un travail à faire de la part non seulement des Arméniens, des Kurdes, des Turcs qui sont réunis aujourd'hui, comme a expliqué Raghup Zarakoglu, qui sont en marche pour transformer la Turquie comme Argentine, qui sait prendre le pouvoir et faire la justice avec son histoire. L'Argentine, pour nous, c'est un exemple très important. Sans démocratisation de l'Argentine, il n'y a pas eu de reconnaissance de politicide des 30 000 disparus en Argentine. Donc il y a une dynamique interne en Turquie, malgré des conditions très dures, violation des droits de l'homme, emprisonnement, disparition, assassinat, etc. Donc cette lutte continue. Mais cette lutte n'est pas seulement contre l'État turc, mais malheureusement, peut-on dire que la Turquie continue grâce au soutien des puissances mondiales qui utilisent les questions des génocides arméniens, la question kurde, la question des Assyriens, d'autres peuples, comme un monnaie d'échange. Merci.
Okay, merci à vous. We'll come back to you, Patrick. Not now, though. Two more. Yes, the gentleman in the blue jacket. Could you say your name again? I'm sorry, I missed it. Votre nom? Your name?
Իմ անունը Ռուբեն Մելքոնյանն է, ես թուրքագետ եմ Երևանի պետական համալսարանում։
Thank you, Ruben.
Իմ հարցը ուղղված է պարոն Ջենգիզ Աքթարին։ Ինչպես նշեց իմ կողմից շատ հարգելի պարոն Աքթարը, այսօր կա տարբեր Թուրքիաներ, բայց մենք Թուրքիայից մեր մյուս հյուրի, պարոն Ռագիպ Զարակոլուի կողմից լսեցինք մեկ այլ հետարքիր ելույթ եւ հասկացանք, որ մեր երկու հյուրերը Թուրքիայից ըստ էության ներկայացրեցին երկու տարբեր Թուրքիաների մասին իրենց կարծիքը։ Նախ ուզեմ ասել, որ պարոն Աքթարի ջանքերը Թուրքիայում տարբեր տաբուներ կոտրելու հարցում իրոք գովելի է եւ մենք շնորհակալ ենք։ Ուղղակի նրա ելույթում գերիշխում էին լավատեսական նոտաներ, ես ուզում եմ այդ առումով մի քանի դիտարկում անել եւ հարց տալ։ Առաջինը առաջնորդվում ենք այն տեսանկյունից, որ Թուրքիան 78 միլիոնանոց երկիր է։ Իմ առաջին դիտարկումը։ Ինչպես ասեց պարոն Աքթարը, Թուրքիայում կան այլ կերպ մտածողներ։ Հարցս, արդյոք այդ այլ կերպ մտածողները ցանկացած համապետական ընտրություններում կարող են գերազանցել 0.5%-անոց շեմը։ Երկրորդ, պարոն Աքթարը նշեց եկեղեցիների վերականգնման մասին, առանձնացնելով Աղթամարի Սուրբ Խաչ եկեղեցին եւ Դիարբեքիրի Սուրբ Կիրակոս։ Բայց Արևմտյան Հայաստանում հայ առաքելական եկեղեցուն պատկանել է ավելի քան 2000 սրբավայր, եկեղեցի, վանք եւ այլն։ Մենք կորցրել ենք 2000-ը, քանդվել եւ մզկիթի են վերածվել 2000-ը եւ վերականգնվել է ընդամենը 2-ը։ Այսինքն մեր կորցրածից 0.001-ը։ Արդյոք սա հիմք է լավատեսական կարծիքի։ Երրորդը, պարոն Աքթարը նշում է, որ Թուրքիայում շատերն են հպարտանում իրենց հայկական արմատներով։ Իսկ ինչպես կարելի է մեկնաբանել նախագահ Էրդողանի վերջին հայտարարությունը, երբ նա ներողություն խնդրեց, երբ իրեն անվանեցին հայ, կամ ինչպես մեկնաբանել Թուրքիայի նախորդ նախագահ Աբդուլլա Գյուլին, որը դատական գործ հարուցեց պատգամավոր Ջանան Արեթմանի նկատմամբ, որը նրան մեղադրեց ճակերտներով հայկական արմատներ ունենալու մեջ։ Չորրորդը, ներողություն եմ խնդրում ակցիայի մասին խոսեց պարոն Աքթարը, իրոք շատ հետաքրքիր սոցիալական զարգացում է, բայց այդ ստորագրավակին ինչքան հայտնի է, ստորագրել են ընդամենը 35,000 մարդ, 78 միլիոնանոց Թուրքիայում, 35,000 ստորագրությունը, արդյոք նման լավատեսության հիմք է։ Եվ վերջինը, պարոն Աքթարը նշեց, որ Թուրքիայում ցեղասպանություն բառը այլևս այսպես կոչվածով չի օգտագործվում, այլևս հանգիստ է։ Ես չեմ ուզում վիճել, իրոք բավական այս հարցում առաջընթաց կա, բայց ընդամենը երկու դիտարկում։ Առաջինը, հայոց ցեղասպանություն տերմին օգտագործելու համար վարչապետի խորհրդական Էթյեն Մահճուպյանը 2 օր առաջ ազատվեց աշխատանքից եւ ինչպես նշեց մեծարգո պարոն Զարակոլուն, այսօր Թուրքիայում պետական բարձրաստիճան պաշտոնյաներից սկսած մինչև հասարակ քաղաքացիները սկսել են Հռոմի Պապի դեմ ակցիա հենց միայն նրա համար, որ նա արտաբերել է հայոց ցեղասպանություն տերմինը։ Հիմա ամփոփելով ուղղակի հարց, Պարոն Ակտար, Էծարգոյն բարեկամ։
Thank you very much, Ruben. We're going to our next questioner now.
Ես հարցս չեմ տվել։
We have the question.
Ես հարցս
Yes, you have, and I have it right here. Thank you. You're next.
Hello.
Your name is?
My name is Armin Marsubian. I'm a professor of philosophy at Connecticut State University in the United States.
Oh, Armand, I didn't recognize you.
Hello.
Yeah.
I work in genocide studies. And I have more of a statement than a question, but this relates to a number of things that were said by a few of the panelists. When I got the invitation to this forum, I was asked what panel I might be interested in, and I indicated that it was this one. And one of the themes for this panel was the theme of accountability and recovery and restoration. It made me think about the fact that for many years, my focus was on the first of these three themes of accountability. In a way, recognition and accountability go together. And 50 years ago, in 1965, I participated in the first public commemoration in New York City of the Armenian genocide. And since then, the focus has been on this question of recognition. And this is related to what Henry said, where it seemed that my worry in recent years has become what happens after recognition, and what do we do after recognition, and realize that there's no point in really waiting for the recognition. So it made me think more about the question of recovery and restoration. One can approach it externally through international law, as we saw in the morning panel, but also you can approach it internally, and I mean internally within Turkey, and this is how my comments relate to Cengiz, because you could start the process of recovery. It's not just recovery for the Armenians, but it's recovery for the Turks, without the recognition, without the accountability. Accountability need not come first. And one way you can do this is to change the domestic perception of Armenians and Assyrians and the Pontic Greeks within Turkey. Just as in the United States, we've changed the perception of Native Americans. When I was growing up, the Indians were scalping the white men, and we said some horrible things about Native Americans. We can't say those things today, thankfully. So one way of doing this is to work internally, and I think that Cengiz identified a number of things going on, including one of the projects that I've been working on. So in a way, this is helping the Turkish society come to terms with the Armenian genocide. So Cengiz mentioned the fact that I've worked on these photography exhibitions. I've had them in Merzifon, in Diyarbakir, in Istanbul. I'll have one hopefully in Ankara in October. But part of the reason for doing this, and it's really shocking for me, because many years ago I wouldn't have thought that I would have visited Turkey 12 times, but Armenia only 3 times. Okay, so I've spent more time in Turkey, but there's an important, I think, mission here, and part of it is to expose the Turkish audience to the culture that they lost. It was part of their culture that was destroyed with the Armenians and the Assyrians. So the photo exhibitions, I was fortunate in the sense that my grandfather and family were Ottoman era photographers, and there's a huge collection of photographs that I bring with the story to these locations.
Armand, thank you very much.
And I'd like to just thank Cengiz and Henry, and also Reja, for the kind of work they're doing internally.
Okay, I've just looked at
Professor Chalk, there's a last row here of questions that you don't seem to see.
No, I certainly didn't see you,
okay.
But I have something that I'm afraid overrides the fact that I now recognize that you are back there. So please let me just say what I think you all need to hear first. It's now about 12 minutes after 6. We have 2 questions, and then we're going to hear for about 8 minutes from a very distinguished visitor with a great historical legacy, Donald Wilson Bush. So we finish at exactly 6:30, right? Agreed? Okay. So you can give me this, please.
1 minute.
I'll tell you what, let's let her give her question, and please go and tell us who you are, and we'll take your minute, and then we'll get some answers here. Yes, who are you, please?
Thank you. My name is Garin Hovsepian. First, I want to thank all the panelists, especially Madame Esther Mjouyou. Vous avez ajouté un aspect humain à la discussion d'aujourd'hui qu'on oublie souvent lorsqu'on rentre dans les discussions plutôt juridiques. You added a human element to today's session, and I thank you for that, because sometimes it's a deep pain, but it comes out when sharing with others. So my question to Madame Esther is how perhaps you saw the justice processes of both the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda and the more traditional Gacaca trials help the healing and truth and reconciliation process. Do you think it has had an impact?
Thank you, Garion. That's very good. It's an excellent question. And sir, your 1 minute, your name is?
Tofalidis Christos, International Confederation of Pontian Hellenes and Pontian Federation of Greece. We would like to thank you for your kind invitation to this important event in order to commemorate the centennial of the Armenian Genocide. There is no doubt that the atrocities committed against the Armenian people were a deliberate act of genocide. Large numbers of civilians were methodically massacred, and the wealth of the Armenian people was expropriated. The Committee of Union and Progress, with its leaders Mehmet Talat, Ismail Enver, and Ahmed Zemal, and with the secret genocidal acts of the Special Organization, Teskilim Mahsusa, are mainly responsible for the extermination of the Armenian people. The atrocities the Armenians suffered can be named as genocide according to the definition of the United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. To affirm that the crimes against the Armenians consist the crime of genocide is extremely important for the humanity and the whole world.
Thank you very much, Topolez.
Just one paragraph. Okay.
Topolez,
by acknowledging the Greek and the Syrian genocide.
Topolez, I'm sorry, you're done.
Okay.
Now we're going to turn to the audience, to the speakers, and thank you very much. I apologize.
That's the unity of the three genocides. Armenians,
I think we take your point, but it's a very important one, and I recognize that. So let's go now first to Ruben's question, which was actually directed to, I think, either Cengiz or Raghib. What do you think is the significance of the fact that apparently, according to Ruben's presentation, it's really only a very small portion of the population of Turkey today that's willing to acknowledge Turkey's responsibility for the genocide? Should we defer? Cengiz, want to
The
defer?
problem is, yeah, of course I will take
Okay, please go ahead.
very quickly, but I mean, Raghib didn't listen to me, so he doesn't know what I said. So, but anyhow, I mean, I'm not optimistic, I'm not pessimistic, I'm realistic. And if you want to hear about the empty side of the glass and what official Turkey is not capable of doing or what it is doing wrong, you don't need to listen to Cengiz Aktar, but you just read the newspapers. So, and you don't invite me here for that.
Okay.
No,
And
what I
would you
mean
like
is
to-
that
Sorry.
Turkey is changing. Sorry. And whether we like it or not, of course, even the state is changing. So is it enough for the recognition of the genocide? The answer is no. But I mean, if it was the old Turkey, today, in our way back to Istanbul, Raghib and I would have been arrested at the airport. Of course, this won't happen. That's as simple as that. So if we don't recognize the positive dynamic, that will lead nowhere. This is what I want to say. Thanks.
Raghib, do you want to add to that?
Yes. There is a transformation between the intelligentsia and the progressive politicians, but they are unfortunately in minority in Turkey. Human Rights Association accepted Armenian genocide officially in 1995 to be member of International Human Rights Federation. But they couldn't declare this. You may imagine that the conditions in 95 and beginning 2005, Human Rights Association began commemorations for Armenian genocide with panels, or they commemorate the Armenian intellectuals in the Hayat Pasha station or in front of the prison where they were taken. So it is important, sure, but we must not so hopeful, because the Turkey future is in danger. Now the Turkish state was on the level of the most authoritarian changing of so we must see the risks also. Without changing the Turkish state, I'm not so hopeful.
Thank you. Esther, while Donald Wilson Bush comes up here to join me at the lectern, would you please respond to Garian's question? How do you regard the justice processes that unfolded from the point of view of Vega and your other colleagues?
Thank you.
Does it help or not?
Perhaps just before I talk about the justice in Rwanda, I'm happy that you acknowledge that the human level is very important, and for that, I really feel bad because I listened to the young boy talking about the people who are being killed now. And I'm just in his place. I think we are in a big conferences, and he's just asking, please, don't forget us, because at home my people are dying, my people are being killed, and I just wish that in the final recommendation of this conference, this must be taken seriously. If not, we will be talking of what happened 100 years ago or 21 years ago, and what is happening now, and this is very important, has to be really addressed, especially that we are lucky that we have high-level people, politicians, and this is what we lacked 21 years ago. Please don't let the young boy and the people who have been talking of today get unnoticed. This is my first thing, and thank you for saying that. About the justice in Rwanda, there was two types of justice. There was this international criminal tribunal in Arusha. This was a UN tribunal handling the brain of the genocide. I think we are very critical in Rwanda because it took so much, a lot of money, a lot of time, to process how many people, I think not more than 70 or 80. But on the other hand, when people are so critical, I say all the time, but at least it has happened, and it is putting a precedent. Because before in Rwanda, the 94 was not sudden. Tutsis have been killed since 59, since I was born. They were killing, they were burning our houses, eating our cows. There was never anybody who was punished because they have done that to Tutsis. So I think that such strong signal, it is not perfect, but it is something. And I think, we are happy of that, even if we are not completely satisfied. The negative point of this international tribunal in Arusha, there was no provision at all for the victims. So they have judged them, they have put them in prison, but as I told you, the women who have been infected have been dying. We couldn't get medicines. And until now, still, there's no provision. Now, like our small organization, we are fighting to get means to take care of the old widows who don't have any more children because the children have been killed and there is no assistance for them. So this is why I think there is a necessity. If it is not well planned in the beginning, there can be something done now. This is social justice and not only punishing justice. About the gacaca, this is also another long story. Was what the government of Rwanda decided to do, because if the international is processing only 70 people, 80 people during 10 years, in the prison you have more than 200, 300 prisoners, and there are more to be in prison. So they calculated with a normal justice, you will just take 200 years to process everybody, and this will not be a justice. So they decided, let us do it in our way, in a traditional way. We sit together. Gacaca means actually the grass. Let us sit on the grass like in the past, and we talk. We say what happened, and we take people who are the wise, the most wise people, and then they will decide, like in the past, who is right, who is wrong. Let us listen to both, and in the end they can, put some punishment or reconcile. Again, the gacacas are not perfect, because for us in the widows organization, we just in the beginning we said, excuse me, this was a process which has been used to process people who have stolen land or cows or things like that. And now you want to use it for a genocide. It has no meaning. And I remember the Minister of Justice coming to try to convince us. He told us the situation and he said, imagine you are Minister of Justice, what are you going to do? And we told him, luckily we are not. But actually, there was I think it was the worst compromise. There is no chance to have a proper justice after genocide, unfortunately. But with the gacacas, even if it was not perfect, what we got from it, at least for the survivors, from those talks, they said, you were there, what happened? Who came to kill? Where did you put the bodies? So at least we have known where are the bodies, not for all, but for many. And this has been a process, it has helped us to make our grief.
Thank you very much, Esther. Thank you very, very much. In a moment, I'm going to turn the microphone over to our distinguished guest. I just want to mention for Henry Thériault and perhaps other members of the panel that Henry would like you to know that he's going to stay on the side of the stage to meet with anyone who's interested in discussing Assyrian or Greek reparations with him at the end of the session, which is imminent, following the talk. I want to present to you Donald Wilson Bush, who stands right here beside me. He's the president of the Woodrow Wilson Legacy Foundation. He holds degrees from Montreat College, King College, and Reformed Theological Seminary, and he is a descendant of both Woodrow Wilson and the Bush family and others of great distinction, and is doing amazing work here in Armenia and elsewhere, and he's going to speak to you for 7 or 8 minutes, and then we're going to conclude. Those of you who are at the microphone, I'm afraid we won't have time for any more questions. I apologize, but you saw where the time went and how it went. No, sir. Please.
Good afternoon, members of the clergy, government leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Donald Wilson Bush, and I am a Woodrow Wilson family descendant, but I have the unique distinction of being related to at least 3 U.S. presidents, representing 2 seemingly irreconcilable ideological approaches to executing American foreign policy, namely political idealism and political realism. After hearing today's presentations, I am convinced now more than ever that only one of these ideological traditions, namely idealism, is capable of inspiring the kind of effective leadership necessary to mobilizing the international will to intervene in the case of genocide and to hold its perpetrators accountable for their crimes. But if we can ever hope to eliminate the consequences of genocide and its causes, we must not go to the other extreme and throw away realism in the process. The only answer is to educate and to train a new generation of political leaders capable of striking a crucial balance between these 2 approaches. As Henry David Thoreau once said, if you have built your castle and your dreams in the sky, you are not lost. Simply take the time to build the stairs up to meet it. While in purely philosophical terms, these two words, idealism and realism, are quite flexible and can be molded to fit nearly any conversation free of consequence, it is widely held in some elite political, economic, and military circles that idealism and the appeal to the way things ought to be is a dangerous way to approach foreign affairs because idealism clouds the mind and keeps our leaders away from any probability of political outcomes that don't fit the circumstances actually facing them. Idealism can also render political leaders ineffective in diplomatic negotiations, they say, because it makes them appear inflexible and arrogant, like Woodrow Wilson was portrayed to have appeared at the Paris Peace Conference following World War I. As a consequence of this caricature, many formidable scholars and respected professionals fault Wilson for his idealism. Furthermore, they cited his failed efforts to repatriate the Armenian people back to their ancestral homeland after the genocide, and his failure to restore their cultural and economic viability as evidence of this shortcoming. Now, realism, by contrast, is seen by many among the political, governmental, and political elite to be much more straightforward and pragmatic, especially when we're dealing with critical issues of foreign affairs, because leaders of this persuasion are able to see things as they really are, as opposed to the way they wish them to be. Their only challenge is to choose the right response to circumstances unfettered by any idealistic restraints. Now, an equal number of scholars and professionals, perhaps on the other side of this debate, fault neoconservatives since the end of the Cold War for retooling President Eisenhower's military-industrial complex into a perpetual military-industrial war machine. Whereas it is certainly beyond the scope of this short speech to fully develop an adequate presentation of these two traditions, it is my pleasure, nevertheless, to be here with you today in this historic venue to briefly discuss the importance of educating and raising up a new generation of young world leaders from every nation, especially from the United States and Russia, who can achieve a necessary equilibrium between idealism and realism as they begin to weigh the implications of both these approaches to executing foreign policy, specifically as it pertains to their own sense of free moral agency and personality developments as leaders. The title of my address to you this afternoon is Reviving Wilsonian Idealism in a Realistic World: Fair Compensation for Victims of Genocide in the Western civic tradition. Although this is a lengthy title, I have deliberately chosen it to reintroduce political idealism in the Wilsonian tradition as a necessary counterbalance to runaway idealism that has come to define American foreign policy ever since Henry Kissinger threw that balance away during the Cold War. This is also my starting point for discussing the unique role that I believe the young and independent Republic of Armenia has suddenly found itself playing on the world stage relative to the unsettled claims she still holds against the Turkish state for ignoring the causes and the consequences of the Armenian genocide planned and executed by their predecessors. Ignored for the last 100 years and overlooked mainly because of its relatively limited and economic options for effecting growth in this region, the Republic of Armenia has nevertheless emerged as a global symbol of persistence and existential will on the part of a transnationally defined people group, numbering more than 10 million souls scattered across 6 continents, who has suddenly awakened the conscience of the world. In no small way, Woodrow Wilson's life, legacy, and idealism influenced this outcome in their present state of affairs. But I am here to say that it could have gone better for Armenia and the world had Woodrow Wilson actually achieved that crucial balance between these two approaches to American foreign policy, which, I'm sad to say, he did not. As we all know, President Wilson began advocating for their survival in 1915, predicating his decision to support their cause on idealistic higher principles of justice and goodwill. But as history clearly shows, the realists in Congress beat him soundly, and his magnanimous effort to satisfy the Armenian claims against the modern Turkish state lost out to economic interests and geopolitical positioning of larger nation states that eventually led to the Cold War and Armenia's downsizing and regional marginalization. To this day, the small Republic of Armenia still finds herself landlocked and dependent upon negotiated settlements with surrounding nation states for her very survival. Yet she persists in the faith that justice will eventually be served. Today, I want to commend President Sargsyan for honoring the rich heritage of his people's past while simultaneously providing the energy and focus necessary for leading them into a future that keeps this faith alive. I also want to commend President Sargsyan for maintaining the crucial balance between idealism and realism that is required to implement best practices in education in Armenia that can raise up a new generation of leaders who will also keep this faith alive. This faith in a just future for all minor nations with major grievances against those who would try to dominate them, I contend this faith is grounded in an idealism that sustains the Western civic tradition. This faith, I contend, is grounded in an idealism that binds a democratic people to its constitution. This faith, I contend, is grounded in an idealism that sustains the self-restraint of every citizen in a democracy with the promise that an appropriate court exists somewhere at some level with the adequate and legitimate jurisdiction to settle every claim against injustice to the satisfaction of the aggrieved parties. Yet, when perpetrators of a crime are never summoned before a neutral court to show cause for their actions, victims to the crime are robbed of their rights to satisfaction under the law, offered in the spirit of this ideal assumption, and the faith that injustice will eventually be served is broken. Specifically addressing the crime of genocide, satisfaction under the law can only be realized by the victims when perpetrators of the act are confronted with the evidence of their crime in a recognized court of law. Following this, judgment of their guilt must be rendered in each case, and restitution may be large or small, but without receiving restitution in the predictable course of due process, justice cannot be served. Accordingly, victims to a crime need not declare themselves satisfied when in fact they are not. The question is, how do we finish the task of forging a real path to legal redress on behalf of the 1.5 million Armenian victims to the genocide and their heirs, without standing claims against the Turkish state for a list of crimes including unlawful detainer, aggravated assault, theft, rape, murder, starvation, deportation, and yes, the G word, genocide. Modern history is a record of the world's community of nations slowly orienting themselves and their relevant judicial systems towards achieving the ideal goal of adjudicating every crime. How does the old saying go? No crime should go unpunished? Well, at this time in the real world of foreign affairs, questions of jurisdiction and prosecutorial authority are still being raised in relation to the transnational institutions that have already been created to hear the Armenian case and to bear witness to the Armenian loss. Sadly, the Republic of Turkey and the United States of America are two nations, among others, still resisting any obligation to achieve this ideal. But this was not always the case. Last week, my congressman, the Honorable Adam Schiff, attended an event at the St. Leon Armenian Cathedral in Burbank, California. Congressman Schiff had this to say about the present position of the United States in advocating for the Armenian cause, and I quote, "Although it was once a witness to this crime of genocide perpetuated by the Ottoman Turks against 1.5 million Armenians, our country, the United States, is today a bystander. I am working to move our government from being a bystander back to being a witness again," end quote. When referring to the United States as a witness to the crime of Armenian genocide, Congressman Schiff is, of course, referring to the time period during and immediately following World War I, when Woodrow Wilson, 28th President of the United States, for all of his faults, advocated for the lives of the surviving Armenians. Although he failed to mobilize the internal will to intervene in the case of the Armenian genocide and to hold its perpetrators accountable, Woodrow Wilson did not fail to inspire a new generation of leaders to carry on with this noble and ideal cause, and I know lots of them. In the end, this is a clear testimony to the power of idealism in foreign affairs. In conclusion, let me say that after 100 years of a swinging imbalance in favor of political realism that leaves us wanting that clear path to legal redress on behalf of Armenians as the aggrieved party, I am prepared to spend my time and my efforts and my resources to train a new generation of leaders who can finally achieve it. In no uncertain terms, and in no small measure, the rich history of the Armenian people as the cradle of human civilization compels us to hold this course until the ideal manifestation of an unbiased, comprehensive, and universal justice is achieved on behalf of the 1.5 million lives that we will commemorate on Friday, the 24th of April. However, beginning with breakfast and coffee on the morning of April 25th, I am recommitting my energies and the rest of my life to championing the Armenian cause on behalf of all humanity, and I invite you to do the same thing with me. This centennial commemoration in Yerevan is the end of nothing. Rather, it marks the new beginning of a renewed effort to remind ourselves and the world that Armenia matters because humanity matters. Armenia matters because justice matters. Please stand with me as I endeavor to stand with the Armenian people, just as Woodrow Wilson did in a committed effort to leave our children and our grandchildren with a more peaceful world. Your commitment is not only desired, it is necessary to achieve this goal. In the words of Johann Wolfgang Goethe, until one is committed, there is hesitancy, the chance to draw back, always ineffectiveness. However, concerning all matters of initiative and creativity, there is one elementary truth, the ignorance of which kills countless ideas and splendid plans. And that simple idea is this, that at the moment one commits himself or herself to act, then providence follows too, and all manner of incidents and meetings and financial assistance comes your way that might otherwise never have occurred. So whatever you can do or dream you can do, begin it right now, for boldness has beauty, power, and magic in it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Donald. And I want to conclude by thanking the audience.
Mr. Chairman, I have to say this. I'm insulted. I take this as an insult, a huge insult. I've been standing here for an hour, and I don't deserve 2 minutes of a statement.
I'm sorry, I tried to give you the floor, and you yielded it to our colleague. What can I do?
No, you did not, because he was before me. I couldn't do that.
Well, I didn't see it that way.
Me.
I would like to thank the audience for its excellent cooperation so that the maximum number of persons within our schedule could present their ideas. The essence of a conference like this is a constructivist essence, that together, through mutual participation, we build new ideas, discover new solutions, carry out our work with mutual respect and dignity, and go forward to build a better future. Thank you very much.